とにかく純ちゃんの彼氏っていう変な誤解は解けたわけだから、めでたしめでたしってことで。
本当にごめん。
できれば次はもっとゆっくりと純ちゃんの手料理を味わいたいところだね。
あ、うん、いつでも遊びに来て。弟たちもヤシオくんのこと気に入ったみたいだし。
でも少し驚いたよ。純ちゃん、家族の前だと全然雰囲気違うね。
あ、そうだね。お母さんがいないから女手は私だけなの。見た通りガサツな空手家一家でしょ。私が家事を仕切らないとまともに生活できないダメな家族なんだよ。だから自然とうちではあんな感じに。要するに内弁慶っていうやつかな。
純ちゃんがしっかり者だってことは分かったよ。学校や部活でももっと素を出せばいいのに。
無理だよ。
Juna hurriedly shakes her head.
家族相手だからできてるようなもので、普段はいつも緊張してるから。
Man, I would be exhausted if I were that way 24/7. But if she says she can't do it, she can't do it. Anyhow, time to cut to the chase. I didn't come all the way here today to get to know the Daitoku family.
ロボ部辞めるのはもう決めたの？
あ、
Juna smiles lonesomely and hangs her head low.
私はいない方がいいと思う。ヤシオくんたちでヨシロウくんを直して藤田のおじいちゃんのことを励ましてあげてほしい。
僕は多分純ちゃんに励まされるのが一番嬉しいと思うけど。
She shakes her head in response.
私には無理。この前の私見たでしょ。まだ怖いの。事故から何年も経ってるし、とっくに克服できてると思ったんだけどな。ちっともダメだった。あのロボットの声を聞いた途端に昔のこと思い出して怖くて震えちゃって。
Even now, Juna looks like she's on the verge of tears. She hugs her arms.
それにどうせ藤田のおじいちゃんも私には会いたくないはずだもん。昔ヨシロウくんを壊したのは私だから。そのこときっと今も怒ってるはず。
そう？さすがにもう怒っちゃいないでしょ。
だってこの前病院行った時も面会拒絶されたし、私の方もずっと 避け続けてきたから。おじいちゃん、私のこと嫌な孫だって思ってるよ。思ってないとおかしい。
少し自虐的になりすぎてると思うよ、純ちゃんは。ちなみにアキちゃんから聞いたかどうかわからないけど、例の吉郎くんさ、倉庫で見つけた時動かなくはなってたけど、その原因はコードが意図的に切られたせいだった。ボディがへこんでたり目玉部分が割れてたりしたけど、転倒した程度じゃあのロボが動かなくなるなんてことはありえないってさ。
コードが切られていたって誰に？
毒じゃない？他のロボも全部そうだったし。
どうして？
さあ、わからないけど、純ちゃんの事故の後でさ、毒はロボを店先に出さなくなった。責任感じてたのかもね。可愛い孫娘に怪我させちゃったことをさ。それ以来持論も封印して、誰にも怪我させないように全部のロボを動けなくしたみたいなことがあったのかもしれない。
持論？
ロボットは人間の友達だってやつ。
どっちにしても私のせいだね。私が昔倉庫に忍び込んだりしなければ。
責任感じて悲劇のヒロインぶるのは勝手だけど、
I'm intentionally cold as I take the photo out from my bag. I present it to Juna.
これって
あの倉庫に落ちてた。
これ私だ。
その写真を見て、純ちゃんなりにちょっと考えてみれば。じゃ、俺は帰るよ。
I mount my scooter that I parked in front of Juna's house.
夕食ごちそうさま。
Juna doesn't budge an inch. Her eyes are focused on the photo in front of her while she stands in silence.
「失礼します」。
I've managed to enter the faculty room, but it's not long before I freeze up. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything that deserves a scolding. At least I don't think I have. Yet there's this unwelcoming vibe filling the room. It's soul-crushing. The teachers are busy with work and are paying me no mind. I came here to see Naga Fukada-sensei, but I don't know where his desk is. Is it okay for me to just wander in? I stand on my tiptoes to see if I can spot his head, but alas, I'm too short. What do I do? The more anxious I get, the more confused I become. I'll just step out for now and come back during lunch or something. But as soon as I turn to the right, I come face to face with the vice principal who just walked in through the door.
おはようございます。
I'm flustered, but I still manage to bow my head.
大徳さん、ここで何を？
The VP knows my name.
長深田先生にお話が。
そう。長深田先生。
She then calls out for him on my behalf. But I really wish she wouldn't yell so loudly. Everybody's looking at us now. I follow the VP's gaze and catch Naga Fukada sensei standing up near the window. After bowing to the VP, I keep my face down and jog my way toward Naga Fukada sensei's desk.
長深田先生、おはようございます。
おう、大徳か。どうした？ん？黙っとったらわからんぞ。俺はエスパーじゃねえからな。これ豆知識だ。覚えとけ。
はい。
Naga Fukada sensei is not an esper. Naga Fukada sensei is not an esper.
先生。
I lick my lips once. It's taking all the courage in the world to speak out loud. I'm not used to asking teachers for favors like this.
映像見せてもらえませんか？
何の映像だ？エロいやつか。
I can feel my face start to get hot from his response and shake my head.
じゃあなんだ？筋トレ用のムービーか？
じゃなくて、この前のロボ1号機くんの稼働テストの。
I'm fairly certain Naga Fukada sensei recorded the whole thing.
ああ、あれか。
見せてもらってもいいですか？
お、待っとれ。
He pulls up the video on his phone droid.
あの時はな、大徳がロボに乗らないから、おじきにネチネチと嫌味を言われたもんさ。
すみません。
Come to think of it, I haven't seen the president since that day. He must be really angry. This is awkward.
まずあれ。
The teacher who sits next to him is nowhere to be seen. Naga Fukada sensei suggests I take their seat. I'm a little hesitant, but I nonetheless sit down. He then hands me his phone
コピー
droid.
したのは後で送ってやる。瀬宮妹たちにも見せてやれ。先生だ、渡すの忘れとった。
はい。
I nod as I look at the screen. It's a sunny day at the old airport. That same summer day when the massive Model 1-kun walked on his own 2 feet. Why did I want to see this video? It's all because of the photo that Yashio-kun gave me. For just a second, I see a figure that looks like Grandpa Fujita in the corner of the video. He was there that day too. I guess that's obvious. He did help make Model 1-kun's parts, after all. But back then, I was too preoccupied with not piloting Model 1-kun that I didn't think about anything else. I was just freaking out. It's almost like I couldn't even see the robot. No, not just the robot. I couldn't see anything around me. I didn't even realize that Grandpa was there. The video I'm watching also has sound. I can hear the spectators chattering among themselves. There were so many people gathered there that day. In the end, they all started complaining because Model 1-kun barely moved. The test was brought to an abrupt end. I wonder what they were thinking before the test started. That's why I wanted to know. Since that many people came out, they must have been excited, right? I turn up the phone droid's volume and put my ear to it. Most of the video sound is incoherent noise, making it hard to pick up what anyone is saying. But the mic did manage to catch some children nearby.
なんて使わねえよ。ガンバレルはパンチで戦うんだからな。俺あれ乗ってみたい。あいつ走ったら絶対この辺地震みたいになるぜ。でもダッセーダッセーけどでけえ。
The camera occasionally looks toward a group of boys. I spy Miki Hirokun among them, one of my karate boys. They all look like they're having a blast, staring up at Model 1-kun. Judging from their voices, they can hardly wait for Model 1-kun's activation.
みんなこんな風に見てたんですね。
あ、何がだ。
I guess I interrupted Naga Fukada Sensei's breakfast. He gulps down some incredibly thick milk. He must have mixed it with protein powder or something.
見学に来ていた人たちのことです。
And not just the children. The elderly who drop by are dressed like they're ready to do farm work. They're equipped with hoods and sun visors. They're waiting for the test to begin while drinking tea out of their thermoses. Most of them are smiling. Some of them are fighting off the glaring sun. Others are simply watching in admiration. There are those who look stunned. Each and every face has a unique expression, but they're all looking up at the giant Model 1-kun. Nobody is scared. Yeah, the complaints start coming in once a test starts. But even the children are watching and laughing at Model 1-kun as it walks along ever so slowly. I'm faster than you, one boy cries as the kids begin lining themselves alongside Model 1-kun and racing it. The elderly folks continue smiling and admiring the robot. An old man who's been drunk since the morning yells, "Do a better job," but even he's holding his stomach, laughing. While watching the video, I finally notice. Why? Why am I tearing up? I've never felt like this way before. My emotions are all over the place. Am I supposed to cry here? I don't know, but it's just happening naturally. I can't help but hug the phone droid to my chest and wipe my tears away. Hey, Grandpa Fujita, is this what you wanted to see? Is this the sight that you spent 10 long years waiting to see? Robots are mankind's friends. When I was a kid, did I destroy your dream?
ドクには入院してから会ったか。
Naga Fukada Sensei asks me. After I shake my head, he starts stretching in his chair. Then he cracks his neck.
ドクはな、自分を責めてたよ。わかるか、大徳。あのじいさんは昔からずっと自分を責めてやがんだ。ロボットは人間の友達になれると思ってたが、思い上がりだった。あのじいさんこの前先生にそう言ったよ。だがな、思い上がりだと思うことこそが思い上がりだと先生は思うね。これ豆知識な。
The bell rings, so I take my leave. I don't quite understand Naga Fukada Sensei's pro tip, but I do know that my chest is tight after hearing that Grandpa Fujita has been blaming himself all this time. And you know what? It didn't surprise me. Maybe somewhere deep inside, I already realized it. After getting home, I sit in the empty dojo after practice has ended, staring down at the photo Yashio-kun gave me. I slip it out from its frame. A much younger me, Grandpa Fujita, who looks pretty much the same as he does now, and Yoshiro-kun, whose face is a lot cleaner than it is now. The three of us are smiling brightly.
純奈、ここにいたか。夕食の準備はどうした？
Dad pokes his head into the dojo, a worried expression on his face.
おお、その写真は懐かしいな。
師範代。
My eyes locked on the photo. I decide to ask him.
お父さんでいい。なんだ？
お父さん、私がロボクリニックで怪我した時のこと教えてほしい。藤田のおじいちゃんはあの時何か言ってた？
そうだな。あの時ロボットの下敷きになって泣いてるお前を見て父さんは泣いていたよ。なんていうことをしてくれたんだとな。
それは誰に対して？私？
ロボットの方を怒っていた。いや、それも正確ではないかもしれないな。子供を怪我させるなどロボットとしてあってはならないことだと自分を責めていたよ。
It feels like somebody is stabbing my chest.
今はどうなのかな？
あるいは今も責め続けているのかもしれんな。入院してからお前がお見舞いに来たことがあっただろう。会えなかったと言っていたよ。今さら合わせる顔がないとな。
We're the same. Grandpa Fujita and I are exactly the same. Ever since the accident, we grew so distant. We kept missing each other until we stopped seeing one another at all. Before we knew it, 10 years had passed. The me in this photo looks so happy. The three of us look so happy.
悪いのは私なのに、おじいちゃんも吉郎くんも悪くなんてないのにね。
Can I fix this? Can we be close again like we used to be? I have no idea. But if I run away now, I'll probably be empty for the rest of my life. And for the first time ever, I don't want that. Waiting won't fill the emptiness in my heart. The aroma of disinfection liquid permeates the hospital's hallway. A nurse hurries along ahead of us.
もし殺されたらどうしよう。
Akiho shoots me a rather disturbing question as she walks alongside me.
病院で殺されたらとかそういうこと言わない方がいいよ。
比喩だよ、比喩。でも毒なら病気で弱ってるとはいえ、うちらのこと簡単にボコボコにしそうな気がして。
ビビってる？
うん。
頼むよ。ロボ部で一番毒と仲いいのはアキちゃんなんだから。
仲は良くないと思うんだけど、うちいつも怒鳴られてばっかりだったし。
We're finally ready to execute our plan today, which is why we're here at the hospital. Doc's now accepting visitors, so people are free to come and go. We stand in front of his room's door. Akiho pokes me in the shoulder.
カイ、先に入ってよ。
いや、アキちゃんからどうぞ。
だってうちロボクリニック出禁の身だし。
やれやれ。
With no other options, I knock on the door.
はい。
I can hear Doc's empty response from the other side of the door.
どうも。
Doc's lying on his bed. He glances over at Akiho and I for a second and immediately looks back out the window.
なんだ、お前らか。
His voice lacks the usual oomph.
ドク、なんかちっちゃくなったね。
Damn it, Akiho, that's flipping rude. But Doc doesn't respond like he usually does. If this were the Doc before he got ill, we would have a wrench flying at us right about now. That said, Akiho's rude statement is actually accurate. The Doc in bed is a pale imitation of the energetic old man who always yells at us over the counter at the clinic. He looks like he's aged tens of years in the last week.
ずいぶんやつれちゃいましたね、ドク。
笑いに来ただけなら帰ってくれ。
手術受けないの？
He's probably been asked this question dozens of times by now. Doc doesn't even try to answer. He's made up his mind.
ま、そういう固い話をしに来たんじゃないんだな、今日は。実はドクにちょっと見てもらいたいものがあってね。だから一緒に出かけない？
Doc looks at us suspiciously.
おい、付き添い。何を言ってやがる。
担当の三枝先生に外出許可はもらったよ。ドクは車椅子に乗ってくれればいい。そうしたら俺たちで連れて行くから。
行くってどこへだ。
もちろんロボクリニックだよ。
Doc looks away.
あの店はもう畳む。そう決めたんだ。もともと儲かりもしねえ店だったしな。客だってめったに来なかった。それどころかネオンが怪しいから撤去しろとか近所の連中にも言われたくらいだ。誰にも望まれてねえ店だったんだよ。結局のところはな。これがいい機会さ。処分できて俺もせいせいする。
ドク！
Akiho jumps in all of the sudden. Doc's still in bed as she approaches him.
そんな心にもないこと言っちゃダメだよ。儲からないなら20年近くも続けられるわけないもん。ドクはあの店が大好きで続けてた。大好きだから続けられた。それくらいうちはちゃんと分かってるから。だから嘘でもそんなこと言わないで。言わないでよ。うちはあの店がなくなっちゃったら寂しいんだから。
とにかく俺はもうあの店には行かん。お前らが何を企んでるか知らねえが付き合ったりはしねえからな。
Stubborn old man.
あのロボットたちが待ってるんだとな。
Doc's face turns pale in response to my intentionally pointed comment.
てめえら倉庫に入りやがったのか。あいつはもう外に出すつもりはねえんだ。出しちゃいけねえんだよ。勝手に何をしやがった。
あんまり興奮しないでよ。血圧上がって外出許可も取り消しになっちゃうでしょ。簡単なことさ。俺たちがやろうとしてるのはオープン直後のロボクリニックの再現だよ。
このバカ野郎どもが。
俺たちがバカかどうかはその目で確かめてもらわないと。さあ、ドク。
I pull in the wheelchair I left outside of the room and point to it. I have a mean grin on my face. I don't mind playing the bad guy.
どうする？
After about 3 minutes of silence, Doc begrudgingly clicks his tongue and gives in. It's only about a 10-minute walk from the hospital to the robot clinic. After Doc swapped clothes, we headed up the long, straight slope of National Highway 58. All right, I'm ready. Go, no go will be a go. Played half an hour, 7-0, ready to go. What can I do? What I want to do? I don't know clearly, but heading over now. The robot clinic is a ways down after turning the corner at the Hase intersection. It's right on the border of Nakatanecho and Minamitanecho. Its exterior looks like an American bar or motel, and the gaudy neon sign illuminates the night sketchily. I've thought this before, but man oh man is this design lame. We push Doc all the way to the store. Once we reach the storefront, Doc seems to notice that something is different. He leans forward with such force that he nearly tumbles out of his wheelchair.
おい、ロボブ、こりゃ一体どういうことだ？
He remains in position and turns his head to glare at me and Akiho.
言ったはずだけど、ロボクリニックオープン当時の再現だって。
ロボットは人間にとっての友達。そうでしょ、ドク。
There's a line of old robots out in front of the clinic. In the center, standing out conspicuously, is the blue square body of Yoshiro-kun. Thick arms and legs, wide eyes, a mouth bent into a smile. The patrol lights of his eyes, mouth, ears, and chest are all lit up. His arms move up and down at regular intervals. Yoshiro-kun stands before us today as the fruit of Akiho's hard work. Although the one thing she couldn't fix is a dent in the corner of his body. He's not alone. While they're not moving like Yoshiro-kun is, the other 8 robots are all lined up next to him. Neighborhood children are crowded around them. They're chattering away about how the robots are ugly, old, cute. You get the idea. The kids are just speaking their mind as is. They aren't holding back either. The children are touching the robots all over, leaving smudges and prints. Michi and Mizuka-san went over to the elementary school and told the kids that they could see some old robots. They were worried they wouldn't be able to get enough kids, but in the end, about 20 showed up. Michi, Mizuka-san, and the teachers are watching them. Seeing the kids smile is enough to make the adults smile too. But Doc is different.
ダメだ。ダメなんだよ。
He finally stands up, then staggers toward the children with a ghastly expression on his face.
近づけさせるんじゃねえ。怪我させちまうだろうが、子供が泣いちまうだろうが。ロボットは所詮ロボットなんだよ。どれだけ仲良くなれたって友達なんかにはなりゃしねえんだ。ありゃただの鉄の塊で。 子供の相手ができるほど立派なもんじゃねえ。子供に怪我させてんだから玩具としても失格なんだ。だから封印すべきなんだよ。動かすべきじゃねえんだよ。やめてくれ。今すぐみんな帰ってくれよ。
As he sadly cries out, Doc dejectedly crumbles to his knees. The children all fall silent when they finally notice Doc.
もう子供を泣かせたくはねえんだ。ロボットを悪者にもしたくねえんだ。子供とロボットは一緒にいない方が幸せなんだよ。
I think he might actually be crying. In the end, that accident 11 years ago didn't just hurt Juna. It may have left Doc with far deeper wounds in his heart. He was so remorseful that he sealed away his belief that robots are humanity's friends. But you know what? We've still got one last chance to turn this all around. Isn't that right, Yoshiro-kun? In the middle of this silence, a rusty metallic sound begins to ring out. Yoshiro-kun, his eyes and ears still lit up, begins to walk. His stride is a little unsteady, and as he moves down the gravel path, his whole body shakes. Nonetheless, he manages to adjust himself as he moves toward Doc, almost like he has a will all on his own.
Yoshiro.
Doc dumbfoundedly looks up at Yoshiro-kun, and as if to answer Doc,
こんにちは。僕の名前は吉郎。
he greets him.
お前。
Yoshiro comes to a slow stop right in front of Doc. He can't move his head, so Yoshiro-kun can only continue to look off into the distance.
みんなのお友達ロボットだよ。
But his words are clearly directed at Doc.
ねえ、握手しようよ。
As he speaks, the lights in his eyes start blinking intensely. He moves his arms up and down. He very clearly has a will of his own, and he wants to shake hands with his maker. Doc's frozen in place.
ねえ、握手しようよ。
His robotic son repeats himself, and almost as though he's seeking a hand of salvation, of forgiveness, Doc extends his own hand. His wrinkled hand comes into contact with the blue, thick robot hand. I don't know why, but after seeing this, I feel like Yoshiro-kun looks happy, even though his expression remains unchanged.
よろしくね。藤田のおじいちゃん。
お前。俺の名前を。なんで。
新しく吹き込んだからだよ。
Akiho triumphantly explains.
ドクの息子にね、ドクの孫娘が昔と同じ言葉を新しく吹き込んだの。
孫。娘。
Doc suddenly starts to look around. Juna is behind one of the robots. She's hiding in the shadow of Kojiro-kun. She hesitantly and nervously shows herself to Doc. In her hand is a controller. It's obviously Yoshiro-kun's remote controller.
よろしくね。
Her voice is so quiet that it feels like it could disappear at any moment. She's still looking down, but nonetheless, Juna stands next to Yoshiro-kun, a homemade robot over 2 meters tall, and a small, boyish, timid, but tough 18-year-old girl. They're a duo of
よ
extremes.
ろしくね。藤田のおじいちゃん。
This time, Juna looks straight forward. She looks Doc right in his eyes, just like Yoshiro-kun did earlier. She then extends her slender hand to him.
俺を許してくれるのか。ジュン。
謝らなくちゃいけないのは私のこうだから。
There are already tears in Juna's eyes. The tips of her fingers are shaking as she extends her hand to Doc, and yet she wears a warm smile on her
ご
face.
めんねおじいちゃん。今はまだ少し怖いけど、これから吉郎くんのことも他の子たちのこともまた好きになっていくから、きっとまたお友達になるから、それまでおじいちゃんに生きててほしい。お願い、おじいちゃんね。
純ありがとう。ありがとう。
Juna crouches down as Doc breaks into tears. The two of them are holding each other's hands tightly. The moment she sees the pair reconcile, Akiho runs over to them, completely failing to read the mood. The kids who are watching in silence are freed from the tension and start playing with the robots again. How's that for a turnabout? Robots are humanity's friends. It won't take long for this place to get noisy with the sounds of kids, just like Juna's house. I kinda want to see that happen. And you know what? I want to see the other 8 robots, Gojiro-kun included, moving around again and greeting visitors. And as long as the robot doctor stays in good health, I know it'll happen one day. Now that we've hit October, it's starting to really feel like autumn. Everyone in Robot Club, thank you. I think I have talent as an event producer, like a wedding planner. Well, I don't plan on being one though, cause my dream is to build a robot. But you can do both. You can have a robot wedding. Speaking of, it's already October. Gotta start building Gun Build 2. Yashio. From gauging need to Yashio-san, I would like to introduce someone perfect for your hobby. He is an old online friend and his name is Neidhard der Blitznell. I think you will get along. Apparently that popped an achievement, so, yay, I guess. Don't know who that guy is, but yay, I guess. It's the results of your hard work. You should be proud of yourself. It was your achievement. That's why you are club president. It's a bit chilly at night for short sleeves. The wind is starting to get a little cold too.
そうですか。そんなことがあったんですね。
Akiho is telling her grand story about what happened between Juna and Doc, although she's really exaggerating. Meanwhile, Subaru.
問題は試作2号機を作っていく上で、ロボクリニックが今後も使えるかどうかだけです。ある意味で貸しを作ったわけですから、うまく説得して2号機作りの協力を取り付けてください。
I get that he's a realist and all, but jeez.
スーバルには情緒ってものがないね。あと感動的な映画を見ても絶対に泣かないタイプ。
ええ、その通りです。
R 仕様にエレクトラ、マイヤー。
やめてください。
Akiho has mastered the art of teasing Subaru lately. She wears a satisfied grin on her face as she watches him squirm.
それより設計図もほぼ固まったことですし、素材が到着次第加工作業と組み立て作業に入ります。モーションやらプログラミングの作業もそろそろ始める必要が出てきますね。
ああ、そっか、そうだよね。
Akiho turns to me.
ジュンはいつロボ部に復帰してくれると思う？
Why is she asking me?
昨日もドクのお見舞いで部活に来なかったんでしょ。
10年ぶりにドクと仲直りしたんだもん。積もる話もあるはず。問題はいつになったらロボ部に復帰してくれるかなってことなんだけど、ロボクリニックの件でジュンにはいろいろ無茶させちゃったからな。
そもそもロボ部に復帰するとも限らないんじゃない？
どういうこと？
ジュンちゃんから退部届出されたんでしょ。
忘れてた。どうしよう、受け取ってないけど。ジュンにはもっともっとロボットのこと好きになってもらいたいのに。うちと頑張れる談義で対等に張り合えるレベルにまで育てる計画なんだから。
Raise her? Not to mention being able to talk shop with Akiho would require an absurd level of knowledge. How many years was she planning on taking?
それにジュンはロボ部の仲間なんだし、一人で悩んでやめようとするくらいなら相談に乗りたい。でね、一緒に悩んで悩みまくりたい。最後は一緒にあの夕日に向かって走るの。
The sun isn't even setting.
それが仲間ってものでしょ。ねえカイ、スバル。
Needless to say, neither I nor Subaru can keep up with Akiho's silliness, so I just awkwardly smile. Not that Akiho even cares about how we respond.
よーし、そうと決まればジュンのところに乗り込んで悩みを引き出そうっていうか、うちって友達の悩み相談とか受けたことないんだけど。ねえカイ、どうやればいいの？
俺に聞いても有効な回答は引き出せないよ。
I have even less friends than Akiho.
そっか、じゃあスバル。
悩み相談なんて必要ないんじゃないですか。
Subaru coolly delivers his words and stands up.
今日のところは僕は帰ります。
ちょっと、なんでそんな人事なの？先輩がピンチなんだよ。あの人もかつてこう言ってた。味方が苦戦しているのを見逃すわけにはいかんのでな。ってだからもっと一緒に考えようよ。これは部長命令。
Subaru barely looks like he's listening, so Akiho goes chasing after him while shouting. After seeing them off, I set up camp underneath my usual tree in the courtyard. There's only one thing to do. I boot up Kill Ballad on my phone droid. After a little bit, Akiho will come back. Then we'll go to the hangar. How many matches can I get in before then? I'm not sure how much time has passed since I started playing. Suddenly, a shadow appears over my hands.
ヤシオくん、何やってるの？
I say nothing and tilt my phone droid toward the source of the voice.
あ、ゲーム。本当に好きなんだね。
Once I win my match, I look up at her. Juno wears a smile on her face as she peeks at my screen.
今日はドクのところには行かないわけ？
藤田のおじいちゃんからあきほちゃんにその伝言を頼まれて。
どんな伝言？
退院したら本格的にロボドクター復活するから期待しとけだって。あとね、こうも言ってたよ。 裏の顔はロックンロールの改造屋なんだ。
毒のやつ、何か吹っ切れたな。
And what does he mean by remodeler? What happened to the whole robots being humanity's friends thing? I get the feeling things are about to get freaky around here. A chilly breeze rustles the leaves above my head. Juna seems cold as she rubs her arms, but she makes no attempt to leave.
それで純ちゃんは吹っ切れた？
I shoot her the question and she looks dazzlingly up at the sky.
私変わろうって思ったの。もっとね、お友達のこと自分から知ろうって、好きになろうって決めたんだ。ただ待ってるだけとか言われたことやるだけじゃわからないこといっぱいあるはずだから。あとヤシオくんやアキホちゃんに借りができちゃったでしょ。それも返さなきゃ。
That's her answer. Sounds like there's nothing left to worry about.
ヤシオくん、この前は写真ありがとうね。
少しは役に立った？
うん、すごく。あれがなかったら私何もできなかったと思う。だからありがとう。
礼ならアキちゃんに言ってよ。純ちゃんや毒のことを一番心配してたのはあの部長さんだからね。
Speak of the devil. It looks like Subaru managed to escape. As soon as Akiho spots Juna, she comes running over, full speed.
ロボ部やめないで。
She clings to Juna's chest with full force.
ジュンがやめないって言ってくれるまで離さないから。アキホちゃん、そのなんて言ったらいいか。
Juna looks to me for help. I force out a smile and shrug.
純ちゃんが決めたことをはっきり言ってやればいい。それで安心させてやりなよ。
Juna nods as forcefully as she can and faces the puzzled Akiho. A warm smile forms on her face.
これからもよろしくね。
けた。
レポートナンバー3がダウンロードされましたよ。
エグゾスケルトン車。だったらあの電話は。じゃなくて、ミサ姉とは友達だったって言ってたよね。
ミサネじゃなくてミサキですが。
君島コーとミサ姉って会って話したりしてた？
してましたけど、ミサキはマスターと話すよりアイリと話す時間の方が多かったです。何しろミサキはアイリの初めてのお友達ですから。それにマスターはあまり人と話したがりませんでした。
ミサ姉と君島コーは何を話してた？
ミサキはマスターにたまに質問をしていましたよ。マスターに興味を持っていたんじゃないでしょうか。
どんな質問？親しい様子だった？あの二人が口論してたりしたことは？
口論ですか？ありませんよ。もしそんなことがあったらアイリは悲しいです。
うん。
ないです。マスターはそういう映像をアイリとキジネを使って徹底的に消させたんです。だからないです。
愛梨ちゃんの記憶から映像を引っ張り出すこととかできないわけ？
できないですよ。
もしこれ以上関わるならカイ、あなたはきっと後悔することに。
愛梨ちゃん、君島レポートって7つあるんだよね。
確認しました。
そうなの？
レポートナンバー4の AR アノテーションは詳細な場所について現在不明となっています。 AR アノテーションを可視化するためのフラグをダウンロードします。完了。レポートナンバー4のフラグをお伝えします。1、君島レポートナンバー3を発見している。ゲジネより注釈。フラグ1はすでに達成済み。2、種子島の4カ所のおすすめポイントから撮影したロケットの打ち上げ写真を色にアップロードする。おすすめポイントの4カ所は以下の通りです。長谷展望公園、宇宙が丘公園、七色坂展望台、竹崎展望台。4、ジオタグを付与した火縄銃を1発以上試射する。
勘弁してよ。さらにめんどくさくなってる上に実行不可能なものまであるじゃないの。ロケット打ち上げ写真をアップロードってそもそもこの4年くらい打ち上げられてないし、小次郎くんって誰だよ知らないし、火縄銃なんて撃たせてもらえないし危ないし。とりあえずじっくり方法を考えるしかなさそうだ。
ええ、こちらはあなた方が歓迎すべき情報をお伝えする用意があります。そういうことです。感謝します。つきましてはぜひ会っていただきたい人物がいるのですが、ええ、もちろん例の計画に関係する人物ですよ。少なくともあなた方を失望はさせないとお約束します。はい、詳細は追ってくれぐれも内密にお願いします。では。通話終了。工場のカメラに戻して。結局戦うしか道はないのね、ロボットに。
いらっしゃい。
どうも。今日もお綺麗で。
うん、そう。パッションフルーツ満開？
ちょっと忙しくてね。でさ、ちょっと聞きたいんだけど。
聞きたいことがあるなら。
そういうんじゃなくて、最近ミサ姉と話した。
どういう意味だい？
そのままの意味だけど。
ミサに何かあった？
別に。ただアキちゃんは例によってミサ姉と連絡取れないらしいから。
たまに話すよ。たまにね。
ミサ姉どんな様子だった？
別にいつも通りさ。身内と連絡取ったり東京で会うのは恥ずかしいとかなんとかは言ってた気もするけど。 毎度。まだ何かあるのかい？
いや、それだけ。おいおいおい、俺がいい？まさかコナちゃんダウンしたわけ？証拠は見つかったの？プルゴーリコナに電話。
はい。
やっと出た。っていうか顔色ひどいね。風邪でもひいた？証拠は見つかったの？
チート検索ツールじゃ証拠見つからなかった。
じゃあなんで？何があった？
東京のサークルの仲間に上位3人の家行かせた。話聞きに。そしたら死んでた。3人とも自宅で死んでた。
本当に？
私の仲間が自宅訪ねたら部屋から異臭がするとか、大家さんが本人と連絡つかないとか言ってて。
いやいやいや、その3人ってどういう関係なの？何もって？
警察から聞いた話だけど、3人に現実での接点なんて何もなかった。
でも3人とも半年前っていう同じ時期に同じような死に方をして、今の今まで誰にも発見されなかった。
あと3人とも PC はつけっぱなしだったみたい。
誰かが上位3人のアカウントを乗っ取ってプレイしてたんだろう。チーターかどうかは分からずか。
除去したはず。
アカウントを乗っ取った人は何がしたかったんだろうな。中身が入れ替わったのは少なくとも半年前になるわけだけど、気になるのは半年前の時点で3人は上位に君臨していたし、ファイトスタイルも特に変わったわけじゃなかったってこと。もし入れ替わっていたなら、アカウントを乗っ取ったやつはそれまでの高野愛や花園やボブリーのファイトスタイルをそっくりコピーしたとしか思えない。
ちなみにニュース見た？
ニュース？
キルバラとは関係なさそうでちょっとあるわけだが。
何？
最終話が。
最終話？
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Hmm. 気に入らんな。私だ。
瀬宮です。
どうした？
ニュースはご覧になりましたか？
いや、
ネット上に流出しました。
流出？雷か？
いえ、頑張れるの最終話です。
見つかったのか、今さら。
4年越しの亡霊といったところですね。
君が冗談を言うとは意外だな。
流出させた人物の特定については調査するよう手配しました。
そうしてくれ。タイミングが絶妙すぎる。糸を引いているのは誰だ？
グランドオベリスク、起動エレベーターだよ。静止軌道まで届いてる。第2シーズンはこのグランドオベリスクが主な舞台になってて、何これ。
The last time I saw Mama, it was at the doorway of our home in Tokyo. It was a small apartment in the center of Tokyo. Due to her job, Mama's lifestyle was pretty irregular. She would leave home at different times every day. Some days she would leave earlier than Papa, who was a company man. Other times she would leave in the evening and not come home until morning. The day I last saw her, it was early in the morning. She pulled an all-nighter working, so she had dark circles under her eyes. She was hurriedly readying for work. She ate half the bread I prepared for her and only sipped at her coffee.
じゃあコナちゃん、行ってくるわね。 パパの朝ごはんだけ用意してあげて。夜までには帰ってこられると思うから、夕飯一緒に食べよう。うん、いってらっしゃいママ。行ってきます。
I knew she was tired from staying up all night, but Mama was cheerful as always. Before heading out the door, she turned around to wave to me, then left the house. But she never came back. When I open my eyes, I see a slightly dirty ceiling above me and a dark and dusty room surrounding me. The PC I left on continues to make its usual sounds. My hands and feet are cold. They almost feel frozen. It's like they aren't even my own. I'm so cold. But it's not a bad coldness.
私を凍らせて永遠に保存してくれたらいいのに。これはひどい。なんという中二病ポエム。
The shaking of my laughter makes the tears run from my eyes down my temples. I guess I must have been crying while I slept. I slowly raise myself up. I wrap myself in a blanket, indulging in its comfortable, soft feel. I'm really thirsty, but I have no drinks at hand. There are a few mineral water bottles on the floor, but they're already empty. The fridge is near the entrance. I would have to walk to it. Way too much work for someone who just woke up. Whatever. I check the kill ballot online match status on the several monitors lined up in front of me. This is always the first thing I do when I wake up. I then open the home screen on my phone droid.
元気くん、今何時？
だいたい午後9時31分だぜ。そろそろ眠くなってくる時間だな。でもまだまだ元気一発で行こうぜ。
The Genki bot I created answers from my phone droid screen. 3 days after arriving on the island, I completely lost my sense of night and day. It's not coming back anytime soon. Not that it was any different in Tokyo. I would wake up in the morning, at noon, at night, whenever. When I go to bed varies wildly from day to day.
ロゼッタさん、メールチェック。はい、新着メールは1136件ですわ。なお、スパムメールはあらかじめ除外してありますよ。フラウコージュロファクトリー関係者からのメールが6通、お仕事依頼のメールが11通、キルバラットのユーザーから届いたメールのうちポジティブと予想されるものが282通、ネガティブと予想されるものが837通です。はいはい、叩きと嵐メールですね。わかります。
I'm sure my Twipo account is also filled with slander and all kinds of abuse. It wasn't this bad when Kill Battle was first released, but once you have moved 20 million copies, the haters come out in full force. Not to mention that when I moved here, the mass media caught wind of it. How? No clue. The fact that Frau Kojiro is just a 17-year-old girl got exposed to the public. It didn't take long for my info to spread across the net. No putting it back in the box. Now I get sexually harassed, death threats, and lots of calls where all I can hear is heavy breathing. I'm sure everyone is just mad that a high school girl managed to strike it rich.
嫉妬つ。ネガティブメールは全部削除。わかりましたわ。削除いたしますね。
I'm not going to let the slander get to me. I have tougher skin than that. I sigh and focus my gaze on a cardboard box in the corner of the room. That's where I've carefully stored the original Ginga and production materials for the Gun Barrel anime. It's already been over 2 months since the legendary final episode was leaked. Online fans, questionably so, are still going over each frame in the 4.5-minute long video. But to me personally, what they're doing is no different than forcing me to watch Mama get. I want to throw up. How dare they defile Gun Barrel like this? I even posted something like that on Twippo. I hope they find them soon. Whoever leaked the final episode, I hope they're found. It would be even better if it were Mama. As long as I have that single ray of light to hold on to, even as I throw up, I can manage. After laughing, I bite my lip hard. I cut into my skin, the taste of blood filling my mouth. The wind has gotten pretty cold. I get a bit of a chill from riding my scooter. If I feel this way in long sleeves, that must mean autumn is coming to an end. Akiho gets off her scooter and excitedly waves her hand. TNSC's first Osaki office, Model 2, is being assembled here. When Akiho and I arrive, Jun and Subaru are waiting. It's been a while since I've had a dream. Usually I sleep so deep I don't remember my dreams. Surprise plan. Go, no go is going with go. Aki-chan came to pick me up. Played 20 minutes, 3-1. Been a while since you posted. How are you? What do these two usually talk about? I can't even imagine it. Juna and Subaru are holding cans of milk tea.
そのミルクティーホット？どこに売ってた？俺も飲みたいんだけど。
I glance around but find no vending machines nearby.
これは日高くんが原付で10分くらいかけてわざわざ買ってきてくれて、自販機近くにないから別にいいよって言ったんだけど。
何ですか？
スバルも少しは気が利くようになったね。
そう。単に純ちゃんと二人きりだと間が持たないから口実作って逃げただけじゃない？
なぜわかったんです？いや別に大徳先輩が嫌とかそういうわけではなく。
気にしないで。
And now it's awkward. I didn't think I would hit the bullseye. Subaru can be a bit of a brat when it comes to Akiho, but he gets unexpectedly defensive when it comes to Juna. I smirk and stretch my arms into the air. I make eye contact with the guard standing at the gate in front of us. When I bow my head to him, he smiles back. We've kind of become familiar with the folks here. Not me personally, but the Central Tanegashima High Robot Club as a whole. It's rare for all the Robot Club members, Frau excluded, to gather here at the TNSC. We have school on weekdays, first of all. It takes half an hour by scooter to get here, and that's one way. Subaru and Juna live in Nakatanecho, so getting here is no easy task. Our school was in the middle of the island, so they would have to come all the way out to the southern tip, then go all the way back to the center. Plus, Subaru has his old man to deal with, further complicating things. Juna is in charge of mocap, so she doesn't have anything to do here. Her work is at the old airport. Even Akiho goes to the robot clinic on weekdays to process parts for Model 2, so she barely comes here. Thus, we only ever come here on weekends, and not even every week. It's more like once every 2 weeks. As for what we do, we put Model 2 together, which means Juna and I don't actually have anything to do. Oops. We go inside the building. Model 2's legs are stored here. They're not quite 4 meters in height. They still can't stand on their own, so they're hanging from the crane up top. An outsider probably wouldn't even realize they're robot legs. The ankle joints don't have motors installed yet. According to Akiho, the parts processing is 60% complete. But since we're still undecided on the drive system, we can't put the motors in yet.
早いですね。
Nei-san is waiting for us inside. She got back from Tokyo mid last month and has been supervising us when we work here.
おはようございます、ナエさん。はい、おはようございます。
ナエさんいつも暇そうだね。せっかくの土日なんだし、たまには遊びに行ったら。
カイトくん、あんまり年上のお姉さんをからかっちゃダメだよ。
A chill runs down my spine. Nei-san is smiling, but her eyes aren't. Or at least that's how it feels.
すいませんでした。
Older girls really are scary.
だねー。こちょこちょの刑にしてあげます。
Nei-san extended her hands and starts tickling my sides.
うわやべ
I desperately flee from her hands.
もう逃げ足早いですね。男の子なら堂々としてないと。
勘弁してよ。
Still on my guard, I distance myself a bit from Nei-san.
はい、ナエさんに失礼なこと言っちゃダメだよ。いつもうちらのために休みの日まで付き合ってくれてるんだから。
アキちゃんのおっしゃる通り、反省します。
I put my hands up like I'm surrendering, but I still keep my distance in case she tries to tickle me again.
そんなことよりナエさん、今日はプレゼントがあるんです。え、プレゼント？はい、せーの。ハッピーバースデートゥーユー。ってみんな歌ってよ。ごめんなさい。照れちゃって。
右に同じく。
俺はこちょこちょの刑のせいで歌えない。
もしかしてみんな私の誕生日をよく知ってましたね。でもこれはすごいサプライズ。
We knew her birthday was November 9th because Chief Sinomiya dropped the deets on us. Once we found out about half a month ago, we pulled our money together and got her something.
というわけで、ナエさん、お誕生日おめでとうございます。これ、いつもお世話になってるうちらからプレゼント。ありがとう。感激です。
Nay-san happily accepts her present. The smile she wears on her face isn't that of a young woman, but rather an innocent little girl.
開けてもいいですか？どうぞどうぞ。選んだのは貝なんですよ。
まあね、西の表まで出向いて買ってきたよ。
Nishi no Omote is the only decent place for shopping on the island.
これってサングラスですね。
サイクリング用のね。
Nay-san's constantly riding around on her bike, so I figured something practical would be best.
ありがとうございます。大切にしますね。そうだ。今度ぜひみんなでサイクリングしましょう。
俺たち原付派なんだけど。
あ、そうでした。だったらこの際だからみんないい自転車買いませんか？そんなお金持ってませんよ。
Regardless, I'm glad Nay-san is happy. I breathe a sigh of relief and look toward Model 2. Time is slowly but surely moving forward. For a time it felt like everything had frozen, but now autumn is coming to a close. Only 4 months till the expo. Will we really be able to finish in time? Sparks scatter about. Welding these thick iron plates is my job. The work involves carefully connecting the iron plates in a shape as directed by the blueprints. If I slack on this, its overall strength would take a hit, causing damage once assembled. So, I'm being extra careful. Despite how I might look, I'm pretty experienced at this sort of thing. I've been helping with welding at the robot clinic ever since Gun Build 1. Honestly, I'm pretty confident that I would do really well if I went to work at a local factory. I know, even if I don't go to college, I can make a living working somewhere like Kamada Motors. Old man Kamada can't refuse me if I really beg him. He's kind of a pushover. I'm sure I could pressure him into hiring me. Alright, that'll be my last resort. And so I continue to focus on my welding work. That's when I feel a light pat on the back. I stop and raise my head. Subaru looks grump-tastic.
どうかした？
部長、ドクが呼んでます。
どこで？
外で。
Doc collapsed in September due to illness and went to Kagoshima for surgery last month. He got discharged from the hospital about 10 days ago, but he already seems more energetic than ever. Remember how he berated me for wanting to make Gun Build 2? Yeah, about that. Now it's the exact opposite. Not that I'm complaining. I'm not banned from the clinic anymore. If anything, you could probably argue that Doc's been on a bit of a rampage lately.
どうします？
行くしかないでしょう。
I sigh and stand up. I make my way outside. It's nice out today, warm enough to get by in short sleeves despite it being November, but the sun sets early now. It's only around 5, but the sky is already stained orange. I've been sitting and working for a while now, so my back hurts a little. I look up at the dusk sky and stretch out my back.
Oh, 遅えぞ。
Doc is waiting with a grin on his face. He smiles a lot more now. He's not so grumpy these days. I guess he's kinda softened up. Sorta?
何何？
見ろ、こいつだ。
Doc pushes a cart from the scrapyard out back. and the cardboard box on top of it is a unique looking part. It's shaped like a bowl, but it's really big. It could probably hold 30 times as much rice as your average bowl.
なんだと？
パラボラアンテナですか？
何言ってんだスバル。お前の目は節穴か。ロボブ、お前ならわかるだろう。
Doc looks at me, grin and all.
その前に気になったんだけど、どうしてスバルは名前で呼んで、うちのことはロボブとしか呼んでくれないの？うちにもちゃんとした名前があるんですよ。
おまけ嬢ちゃんだな。俺はな、ロボ部の部長のことはいつもロボ部と呼ぶと決めてんだ。文句があるなら部長を辞めてきな。
That's ridiculous.
それより話をそらすな。こいつは何だと思うと聞いてんだ。
バーニア？
Vernier thruster, a small rocket nozzle, a word used in gunband which is not typically called a vernier, usually used in discussions about fixing a robot's posture.
さすがロボ部だ。
He cheerfully laughs and pats my shoulder.
いかにもその通り。こいつはな、俺の自作バーニアだ。こいつを2号機に。
取り付けないよ。
I cut Doc off before he can finish.
だってガンツク2は飛ばないし、ジャンプもしないし。
飛ぶように改良すりゃいいだろうが。
ガンツク2はそういうんじゃないの。飛んだら着地した時に足がひしゃげちゃう。
まあ待て。
Doc interrupts me.
宇宙センターにロケットエンジンの燃焼試験をする施設があんだろう。そこを借りてきな。燃料なら俺の方で手配できるから。
だからバーニアなんてつけないってば。
だったら1号機の方につけるか。
ガンツク1の重量で飛べるわけないじゃん。そもそも姿勢制御とかどうするつもり？
そんなもんは俺の専門分野じゃねえ。
なんていう開き直り。
いいか、巨大ロボと言ったらバーニアだろうが。ロボブ、お前ならわかるだろう。
わかる、すごく。
I nod as hard as I can, and Subaru flashes me a cold glare.
でもそれはロボットアニメの話で、ガンツク2に飛ぶ機能はないんだってば。
If we built it under the assumption it would fly, sure, we would need vernier thrusters, but we didn't.
じゃあ飛ばなくてもいい。
え？
飛ばなくてもいいから、バーニアで燃料噴射させようじゃねえか。ちなみに搭載するバーニアは全部で10機な。
背中に6機？
ちげえだろ、4機だ。
じゃあ左右ふくらはぎに3機ずつってことか。かなりの高機動型だね。
I try imagining the form. Super thick legs, the cows would be thicker than the thighs.
たぎってきた。
ついでによ、ホバー機能をつけてバーニアの推進力で移動させるか。どうだ、悪くねえだろ。
俺を踏み台にしたって？じゃあ機体のペイントは黒と紫で。
Subaru clears his throat as obviously as possible.
二人とも何の話をしているんですか？
黒い3連星。
ナンセンスですね。
Subaru's cold gaze quickly returns me to my senses.
そうナンセンス。ドク、バーニアなんて搭載しないからね。本当だからね。
だよ。つまんねえガキどもだな。
バーニアなんて作ってる暇があったらパラボラアンテナ作ってよ。パラボラアンテナ。歪み一つない綺麗な表面のやつね。
いくらだ？
え？
値段次第でやってやるよ。ただし高えぞ。
My ridiculous order comes with an equally ridiculous price. I recoil and flee into the store.
ドクってば元気になりすぎ
ですね。
It's actually kind of a pain. Plus, he keeps bringing up ideas that he totally knows hit my strike zone.
ドク、侮れん。まさかあんなにもマッドサイエンティストだったなんて。
僕ももっとお堅い技術者だとばかり思ってました。かなりがっかりですよ。特に部長とドクの話を聞いていると頭が悪すぎてクラクラします。
それドクに直接言ってきたら？
お断りします。
Subaru sits down on a stool, a composed expression on his face.
そもそも2号機の組み立てがスケジュール通りにいっていないのに、部長はなんでそんなに落ち着いていられるんですか？
そりゃみんなの力を合わせればきっとなんとかなるかなって。
Plus, the processing of parts is already about 60% complete.
組み立てが本格的に始まれば完成まではすぐだよ。
だったら今すぐにでもフルゴールの説得に行くことをお勧めしますね。
For the drive system, an electric motor or a hydraulic motor. We still haven't decided, so we can't move forward. I get it.
それについてはドクの実験待ち。そうでしょ？
あれが本当に使い物になると思ってるんですか？当てにしすぎると後でいざ使えないとなった時に苦労する羽目になりますよ。
The thing that Subaru is talking about round. Well, it's the monopole that Kai found. When Doc got discharged 10 days ago, I made up my mind and tried discussing the strange material with him.
こりゃなんだ？
モノポールなんだって。
そんなわけのわからねえの見たことねえぞ。よく平気で持ち運んできやがったな。爆発して種子島が丸ごと吹っ飛ぶ可能性だってあったのによ。
そんなに危険なのかな？
わからねえよ。わかるわけねえだろ。人類史上初の発見なんだからよ。
これガンツク2の電動モーターに使えないかな？ドク、調べてくれない？ JAXA には内緒で。お願い。
面白えじゃねえか。この年になってこんなワクワクすることにお目にかかれるとはな。手術した甲斐があったってもんさ。しかも内緒で調べろときた。後悔しても知らねえぞ。こいつがもし本当にモノポールなら諸刃の剣、あるいはパンドラの箱だ。それぐらいとんでもねえ代物ってことになる。当然 存在が漏れたら世界レベルでの争奪戦すら起きるだろう。莫大な富とそんな富すらも無価値にするほどの不幸しか呼ばねえ。それでもいいのか？
いい。ガンツク2を動かすために使えるならそれで。
はあ、お前は度胸がいいのか怖いもの知らずなのかただのバカなのかよくわからねえな。
万博が終わったらちゃんとした研究機関に持ち込むよ。それにガンツク2のことにしか使うつもりはないんだ。
わかった。少し時間をくれ。それとこのことはロボ部だけの秘密にしとけよ。誰にも言うんじゃねえ。光彦の野郎にも言わない方がいいな。あいつはバカだからよ。こっちで調査が終わったら伝える。それまでは俺の前でモノポールの話はするな。わかったな。
And so we've been waiting on Doc to finish his research. Whether we'll be able to use the monopole in an electric motor, that'll have a huge effect on the drive system. But
ブラウボーの説得はしなくちゃね。
Subaru nods.
2号機が動くか動かないかは全てプログラムにかかっていますから。
No matter what the research results are, Fraubo is the one who's going to write the programming in the end. If Fraubo doesn't do the work, Gun Build 2 will never be complete. Her role is huge. I've already attempted to get her help on multiple occasions, but Fraubo's completely closed herself off as of late. I mean, she was always a shut-in, but now it's even worse than before. She's pretty close with Kai, but he says that she won't even let him in these days. I honestly have no idea what those two get up to when they're alone.
しかも来月には万博の審査が控えているんです。
General public giant robot entries have 2 inspections, one 2 months prior and one right before. It's a special rule for this year's expo. The first inspection only requires us to send in a video. We need to show the robot moving properly and explain our theme for it. As president, I'll be the one handling the latter. That's a written submission.
ちなみにテーマは決まったよ。愛と正義の力で全人類に平和と勇気を。ねえ、どうなんかロボットアニメっぽいでしょ。
ナンセンスですね。何ですかその化石に毛が生えたような使い古された概念は。真面目にやるつもりがあるんですか。
Why does he have to be so merciless? There's no way this punk has any friends. Anyway, putting that aside, I gotta do something about Fraubo. But what can I even do? I'm not feeling too confident about this.
というわけで、フラウボーの説得を買いに。
Hey everyone, do you know what is the most important when it comes to operating a hobby robot? Yes, the control system. If that is made firmly, it can easily cover any hardware's handicap. However, if the control system is bad, you only make a bad robot no matter how much you spend. I think this is the first time in 2.5 years that I felt this fulfilled since I joined Robot Club. It's so fun. I wish this started 2 years ago. Mo-Waki-senpai, are you watching? Robot Club is finally moving forward. I think it's fun too. I would have never felt like this in karate. The working together as part of a team is wonderful, right? I am beyond thrilled that you understand the fun of being in the robot club. Doc turned into a mad scientist. What is a mad scientist? Glad you are having fun. You look better when you're carefree about making robots than when you're hesitant, in a good way. Someone said it's the kind of person who gets mad if you call him Chunibyo. 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 Bio? Yeah, something along those lines.
アキちゃんさ、一体何年俺のお隣さんやってるの？
After school, Akiko asked me to persuade Frau to help, so I decided to ask her a lesson. I decide to teach her a lesson yet again.
俺を動かしたいならさ、まず勝負でしょ。それで俺に勝ったら何でも言うこと聞いてあげるよ。
絶対にそう言うと思った。
アキちゃんもいい加減学習しろってこと。このやりとり、過去に一体何回繰り返されたと思ってるわけ？
だってうちじゃ会に勝てるわけないし。あ、じゃあナイさんも呼んでこようかな。
What did she say? Why did her name come up now? Akiko notices my agitation and smiles triumphantly.
知ってる？ナイさんって今キルバラのランキング200位ぐらいまで急上昇してるらしいよ。すごく強いの。
I know this all too well, and there's no way she's stopping at 200th place. If she plays seriously, she could easily make her way into the top 10. I've played against Naysan a lot, and I've managed to squeeze by around 6-4. She's a hard fight. Against me, second best in the world. Did Akiko catch wind of that? No. It's possible that Naysan told her herself. Akiko's been going to the TNSC a lot lately on Model 2 business. If she used Naysan, and even if I limit it to one round, I've got a risky 40% chance of losing. And 40% is higher than the batting average of a professional batter in baseball.
というわけで、明日宇宙センターに一緒についてきてね。
ナエさんに代理を頼むの？
ずるいなんて言わないように。会が強すぎるのが良くないんだから。
How is this my fault? I worked hard to get where I am.
オッケー、分かった。明日は俺も TNSC に行くよ。ちゃんとナエさんとの勝負をセッティングしといて、できれば50戦くらいはしたいって伝えといてくれると助かる。
まさかそんなあっさりと OK してくれるなんて。どういうこと？何かあったの？それとも何か企んでる？
いや、そんなことないよ。
Why is she so surprised when she's the one who suggested this? I glance at our sly rascal of a president and stand up from the shade of the tree.
どこか行くの？
オーナーちゃんのところ、説得すればいいんでしょ。どうせナエさんとやり合えば7-3あるいは6-4の勝負になるんでね。俺の全勝はありえないわけで。だったら最初からアキちゃんの頼みを聞いておけば話がスムーズでしょ。
すごい。貝がこんなに簡単に折れることなんて今まで一度もなかったのに。やったー！ナエさんパワーだね。あ、でも今からフラウボーの説得に行くなら 明日のナエさんとの勝負は必要ないんじゃ。
おいおい、アキちゃん、ふざけたこと言わないでよ。ナエさんとの勝負は俺の中じゃそんじょそこらの上位ランカーとの対戦よりよっぽど燃えるんだよ。対戦できるなら一日中でもやってたいの。だから今さら約束破ったりしないように。
なんか手段が目的にすり替わってるような。
I head toward the hangar, leaving Akihiko dumbfounded behind me. I press the intercom button, then check the contents of the plastic bag I'm holding. The runway is getting cold. Say hi to Fraubo for me. If we are just motion capturing, we don't need to be on the runway. I went to buy some refreshments at Misaka-san's store before coming here. Mainly some flavored bread, snacks, and juice. I'll use these to lure our little shut-in princess out from the shadows. It's actually been a while since I visited Frau's place. We talk on Twippo all the time, but it's been 2 or 3 months since we met in person. I've actually swung by several times, but Frau kept pretending to be out. She's a shut-in, so if she doesn't answer the intercom, she's either sleeping or ignoring me. And so after a while, I sort of just stopped coming over. This brings us to the now. Part of that is due to this place being so close to the hangar. If I can drop in any time, I can put it off for another day, right? Then it just snowballs out of control. So, will she answer the intercom today or what? If not, I'll go watch Yuna do her mocap work at the hangar and prepare for my matches with Nasan tomorrow. That's my real objective anyway. I can't wait for tomorrow. That's how starved for a good match I am. I just heard some noise coming from the intercom speaker. I guess Frau's actually awake.
まさか出るとは予想してなかったよ。
ヤシオ先輩どうして。
Frau sounds like she's on the verge of death.
調子悪そうだね。もしかして引きこもりすぎで栄養失調にでもなった？コナちゃん。
お腹すいた。
I figured as much.
じゃあ差し入れ持ってきたから開けてくんない？鹿児島限定安納芋味のポッキーもあるよ。
すごく甘そうです。だが断る。
And yet the entrance automatically opens.
これがいわゆるツンデレ流。
I'll never be able to keep up with this girl.
まるで冷蔵庫だね。
Not that that's any different from my previous visits. It's just freezing is all. Yet Frau has her shoulders exposed and is wearing pajama short shorts like it's summer. She isn't even wrapped in a blanket as she stares at her phone droid. Her face is lifeless and pale. She has large dark circles under her eyes. Frau legit looks ill. Either that or she hasn't eaten in days. Frau seems pretty incapable of self-care, after all. If I left her like this, she would probably be dead in less than a month.
差し入れ持ってきたよ。
ね、飯食ってる場合じゃねえ。
I place the bag at Frau's feet, but she doesn't even look at it. What about being hungry?
ロゼッタ、先輩のおもてなし、よろ。
Frau says, ignoring the snacks.
ごきげんようヤシオさん。
I hear a voice coming from Frau's phone droid, though I can't see the screen due to the way she's holding it.
温かいコーンスープがございますが。
Her bot has a corn soup making function. How convenient.
じゃあ頼むよ。
いいえ、頼まれても私は作れませんよ。恐れ入りますが、セルフサービスでお願いいたします。
じゃあ別にいい。
What a useless bot.
で、コナちゃんは何してんの？
Frau takes a small breath.
そんなことよりヤシオ先輩、ちょっとお願いがあるんですよ。お願い。
With upturned eyes, she bends toward me.
お願い。OK。
Why is she breathing so heavily?
なんだよ。内容によってはまず勝負を。
ちょっと先輩の指をペロペロさせてほしいんです。ペロペロ。
コナちゃんは本当に変態だな。
違うし、これは人間の本能っつうか根源的なアイデンティティっつうか。赤ちゃんって自分の親指しゃぶってるっしょ。それはなぜだ。坊やだからさ。
セルフツッコミオツ。つまり私が先輩の指をペロペロするのは精神安定剤と同じ意味なのだよ。性的な意味で。
結局性的な意味なんだね。話にならないな、まったく。
I'm so exasperated that I don't even want to continue talking. That said, Frau seems a little more hyper than usual. To calm myself, I open the pocket and pull a stick out. I offer some to Frau, and she obediently takes two and starts biting away at them.
先輩は祭りって知ってる？
そりゃ知ってるよ。夏にあったでしょ、よいら雪祭り。花火上がってるのがここからも見えてる。
じゃなくて、ネット上の祭り。
何か大きな事件が起きたりした時にネットの掲示板やツイポなんかでみんなが一斉に騒ぎ出すことだっけ？
さすがですな。よくご存知で。
Well, I am a Twippo user. That stuff is pretty basic.
祭りの最中はありとあらゆる人種が一つの事件とか事象とかに対して無責任な意見を垂れ流すわけだが、その情報が本当のことかガセ情報かよく確かめようとせずに脊髄反射で反応するカスもいれば、関係者でもないのにやたら熱心にネット上から関連情報とか個人情報とか調べて晒すことに命かけるようなカスもいる。
何が言いたいわけ？
ガンバレルの最終話に群がってる連中のこと。あいつらも、祭りを楽しんでるカスどもでしかない。まあ私もずっとそのカスどもと一緒に荒らしたりしてましたけどね。つまり私が一番のカス。
Frau smiles with only her lips. Are her eyes red from a lack of sleep or from crying?
でもこういう時、皮肉にもこのカスどもが一番役に立つのもガチ。つうか、こいつらの無駄な情熱は異常。まさに才能の無駄遣い。そんじょそこらのハッカーなんかよりよっぽど優秀。アットチャンネラーの技術力は世界一。胸が熱くなるな。
ガンバレルのファンの人たちが何かしでかしたわけ
？I haven't talked about the gun barrel leak with Frau, not even once. If what she told me before about her mom is true, this could be a clue as to her whereabouts.
コナちゃんのお母さんが見つかったとか。そうか。この前流出した最終話に手がかりがあったんだ。
I try shooting straight with her, and she replies with a grin.
の通りですが何か。
I wasn't expecting her to be so honest with me.
ママがどこにいるかは相変わらずさっぱりだがな、キリ。でもママが残したとしか思えないメッセージが出てきた。
メッセージ？
サブリミナル、パスワード、黒歴史。
いや、さっぱり意味がわからないから。
3行でまとめたわけだが。
3行にはまとめなくていいよ。もっと長くてもいい。
つまりヤシオ先輩は私ともっとおしゃべりしたいんですね。密室で二人きりで。それなんてエロゲ。
いちいち話をそらさなくていいから。
For a moment, it looks like Frau's face freezes, almost like she's about to start crying. That's the expression on her face. But it quickly transforms into an upset pout. Maybe I was just imagining things.
流出した頑張れる最終話のこと、詳しく知ってる？
なんとなくはアキちゃんから聞いたよ。テレビで放映された話の流れを一切無視して、いきなり世界が滅ぶ話になるとかなんとか。しかも主人公以外は全員死亡だっけ？
The reason I have it committed to memory is because it's so similar to the Kimijima reports. It's already November 2019. In 2 months, that's it. A large-scale solar disturbance hit North America, and while there wasn't any terrorism, there were riots. If that solar disturbance is the one in the Kimijima reports, at the very least we should be safe this year. But who knows? I might be overthinking it. I hope so, at least.
内容は割とどうでもいい。重要なのはサブリミナル映像だろ、上皇。
ああ、紛れ込んでたらしいね。
すごくあからさまに。もともと流出した最終話は4分31秒しかないぶつ切れ編集の映像だったわけだが、そこに全部で19箇所意味不明の画像が差し込まれてた。具体的には渋谷の107とかスペースシャトルとか第二次世界大戦の白黒写真とか福沢諭吉の顔とか。そんな当たり障りのない画像ばっか。しかもどれも画質最悪だったしノイズだらけだから、その差し込まれたサブリミナルの画像を全部ノイズ除去して、さらにレベル補正して。
そしたら画像から奇妙な点でも見つかったってことか。
あるねえよ。
違うの？
どれも単なる画像だったし。でも画像じゃなくて映像に奇妙なところがあったんだ。
画像じゃなくて映像？どういう意味？
最初解析班は別に警察の特殊チームとか専門の研究機関とかそんなんじゃないんだからね。
For some reason, Frau blushes and squirms around.
祭りに集まった単なるカスどもだし。解析班としては当然最初はサブリミナルで差し込まれた画像に注目しちゃうわな。でも流出した最終話の映像は 120fps だった。
FPS？ フレームレートか。1秒あたりのコマ数だよね。
Kill Ballad, for example, runs at 60fps.
120fps なんてぬるぬるでぐちゃぐちゃすぎだろ。けしからん、エロゲでやれ。
変態妄想を入れてこないように。
そんなぬるぬるぐちょぐちょ動画はめったにないと言ってるわけだが、アニメなんてこんなフレームレートで作っても無意味だし、ガンバレルの既存の映像作品もここまでぬるぬるじゃなかった。じゃあなんで流出した最終話だけが 120fps なん？
さあ、俺に聞かれても。
1フレが 60fps より短くなるからだろ、上皇。120fps だと1フレは 0.007 秒くらい。
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
That's short. I'm not sure I could deal with that even if I use slow-mo.
その 0.007 秒に隠されてたんだお。
何が？
さらなるサブリミナル効果。
は？
さっきの福沢諭吉とか渋谷107とかのサブリミナル映像はだいたい4フレ分あったわけだが、その4フレの中の1フレにさらなる謎の画像が含まれていたとしたら、
そうなの？
ただでさえノイズだらけの4フレしかない画像の中に1フレだけ紛れ込んでるから、気づくのに数日かかった。で、そっちのさらに隠されてた画像はますます意味不明だったけん。それではご覧いただこう。
Frau shows me the image on her phone droid screen.
これが問題の画像です。廃墟の家の中の画像。場所は特定されてない。全国1000件以上の廃墟を探検したマニアもまとめサイトに登場したんだけど、わかんねって。
じゃあここで手詰まり？
だがちょっと待ってほしい。ここ見て。
It's the image of the ruined house. Frau points to a white wall.
この模様を見てどう思った？
違和感あるね。
模様だけ後から画像に合成されてたんだお。で、この模様がアルファベットに見えたらやばくね？
The alphabet?
歪んだ B に見えなくもない。
正解。指ペロペロさせろ。
変態は近寄らないでくれるかな。
サブリミナル映像の中にさらに隠れてた画像は他に18枚あったわけだが、それも全部同じ廃墟の画像っぽくて、どの画像にも似たような変形させられたアルファベットが書き加えられてた。
それを全部並べたら意味のある文章になった。
それはない。そもそも文章ですらなかったし。
Frau taps away on her phone droid and displays the next image.
はいこれ。
OIUDAHPEUY. Interesting. Maybe some sort of a code in a code in a code in a code thing, right?
ちなみに順番は最終話の冒頭から終わりまでにサブリミナル画像が差し込まれていた順番、その逆順。
逆か。かなり回りくどいことしてるな。で、このアルファベットは結局何だったの？
パスワード。
どこの？
It's here that Frau goes silent.
コナちゃん？
っていうかさ、あいつら本当によく見つけてきたよね。私さえ知らないような黒歴史。
Cringe-worthy. Frau said something like that before, but what exactly is she referring to?
小郡南の黒歴史。つうか、古郡南の黒歴史。
Minami Kogori. She was the director of the Gun Barrel anime, and her real name is Minami Furugori, Frau's mom.
もう20年以上放置されてた個人のホームページがあったわけだが、
コナちゃんのお母さんの？
まだコミマで同人誌とか作ってた女子高生時代のママが作ったホームペ。 ちなみに訪問者数は発見された時点で延べ700人程度。今はまとめサイトの連中が押しかけたんでカウンター回りまくってるけど、当時描いたイラストとか漫画とかが載ってたり、乙女ポエムがあったり。
よく残ってたね。
それは私にも謎。普通リンク切れになってないとおかしい。使用料とか誰が払ってたん？
Wait a second. Something about this seems familiar. That's right, the Minamitanecho local hall. That place has been abandoned for years, and yet it still has running electricity. The bill is being paid by a company in Tokyo that owns it. Something smells off about
あ
this.
と交流用の掲示板とかもあった。で、その掲示板80くらいコメントが書き込んであって。
最新の書き込みは
2019年3月。
じゃあそこにお母さんの書き込みが？
そらそうよ。ほとんどが古郡南として20年前に書き込まれたものだけどな。2019年の書き込みはスパムだったし。
なんだ、期待して損した。
ただその掲示板の57番目の書き込みだけ古郡南じゃなくて小郡南の名前で書き込まれてた。書き込み日時は2015年10月4日。頑張れる最終話の放映が中止された2週間後。ママが消えてから2週間後。15年クラッシュが起きてから11日後。
The crash of 15. What does that have to do with this?
ちなみに私の本名はコナ。数字だと57。誰がうまいこと言えと。
How all these things relate depends entirely on what Frau says next.
いいから続きを話してよ。
その小郡南の書き込みに URL が貼られてた。直輪じゃなくてわざわざ先頭のエッジの文字を抜いた状態で。あとはわかるなデュー。
わからないって。
その URL のページはパスワードの入力画面だったんだよ。なんだって。入力文字数はどう見ても19文字です。本当にありがとうございました。
例のサブリミナル映像にあった19個のアルファベットか。
パスワードを入力して出てきたのはコンテ用紙に書かれたママのメッセージ。それをキャプった画像。
Don't tell me it was her last will and testament.
何が書いてあった？
直接見れば。
Frau shows me her phone droid screen again. It's a note scrawled on storyboard paper. It says, Gun barrel is a tool for brainwashing. It's propaganda. Massive worldwide terrorism with the arrival of the solar disturbance. I fled to try and stop it. They're still out there. Everyone else is dead. Someone stop this. Project Adam isn't over yet. No way.
これはこんなこと。
プロジェクトアトムデュー。
Frau starts breathing heavily again as she speaks. That's right. It's written right there. It's the same. The exact same as the Kimijima reports.
それが何なのかは謎すぎる。とりあえず 空を越えてラララみたいな。
I get it. Frau's disappointed reaction is because I still haven't told her about Project Adam and the Kimijima reports. Project Adam. It's a part of the Human Ranch Project designed to use a solar disturbance to kill 5 billion people. Project Adam was supposed to go down in 2015, and Minami Kogori fled in order to stop it. Is that it? Gunbarrel is a brainwashing tool. Brainwashing. My mind immediately jumps to the Tavistock Institute. Are you telling me that they had a hand in the creation of Gunbarrel? Then that would mean that they had some endgame in mind for brainwashing people. That's absurd, but it lines up too perfectly with what's written in the Kimijima reports. I can't brush it off. Is this a trap? Is someone setting a trap for me? But here's the thing. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person who knows about the Kimijima reports in all of Japan. Plus, why lay such a complex trap just for me? All they would have to do is kill me like they killed Ko Kimijima. Does that mean there are other people like me who have picked up on this, and this is just a distraction? I don't know. There's no way to know. This could just be me being overly self-conscious. But one thing is clear. Ko Kimijima and Minami Kogori. These two share multiple connections. They both fled from someone or something. They both came to Tanigashima. They both died mysteriously. Well, in Minami Kogori's case, vanished. And they both accused the Tavistock Institute of being involved in a conspiracy. I doubt this is simply a coincidence. If this isn't some trap, that means they're both telling the truth. Massive worldwide terrorism accompanying a solar disturbance, and the deaths of 5 billion people. I'm covered in cold sweat, and I suddenly realize my throat is bone dry. I pop open the fruit sour melon I brought with me and chug it. Minami Kogori's hidden message just made the Kimijima reports that much more credible. This is on a completely different level than when the final episode of Gunbarrel leaked. That's right, this isn't just some conspiracy theory anymore. Ko Kimijima wasn't just writing delusions. The Committee of 300 and the Tavistock Institute actually have a grand plan. Even now, in 2019, Project Adam is still trucking along. They're still out there. Project Adam isn't over yet. I can't help but read over these hastily scrawled letters over and over. I need to hurry and find the rest of the Kimijima reports. I had given up on collecting them after all, seeing how absurd number 5's triggers were, but no longer. While I sit here, they're out there fast-tracking the end of the goddamn world. I glance at Frau. She's still grinning, gazing down at her phone droid. I have no idea what's so funny.
これが本当にコナちゃんの母親のメッセージである根拠は？
コンテ用紙にはママのサインが。あとコンテ用紙もママがいつも使ってたやつ。それにこの字は間違いなくママの字は手が汚い。幼稚園児が裸足で逃げ出すレベルっていう。
Seriously, what's so funny?
お母さんの手がかりが少しはつかめたわけだけど、この手がかりからお母さんの居場所を特定できそう？
できるわけないよ。
Why does she seem so low-key? Why isn't she more frantic? Frau keeps joking around about everything. It's almost like she doesn't think much of her own mom. I just don't understand you, Frau Kojiro. Or should I say Kona Furugori?
ただ、こういう時の祭り参加者どもの情報収集能力は異常。私さえ知らなかったのだぜ。 ママが4年前失踪した後であんなコメント残してたなんて。だからそのうちきっと全部さらされる。今はまだ誰も知らなくても、ガンバレルのスタッフが10人以上死んでるってこともすぐバレる。犯人は小郡みなみだってすれがアットちゃんに100すれは立つ。これでガンバレルが4年ぶりに社会現象になって、キルバナもまた売れまくり。私はボロ儲けで飯馬来たこれ。
Drink their tears. Internet slang used to highlight enjoying someone else's suffering. Savor the flavor as you drink their tears. Frau's as excitable as ever. Regardless of how negative the info is, she did get some new clues about her mom. Maybe this is her idea of optimism. Or maybe she's just an idiotic pervert with a busted personality.
そんなことよりヤシオ先輩、そもそも今日は何の用でここに来たん？
Crap, that's right. I came here for a reason.
さては腹ペコで弱っている私に隙を見て襲いかかろうという魂胆ですな。ふざけるなー。そもそも男子のくせに女子を襲おうという発想が間違ってる。男子たるもの、男子を襲うべきだろ、上皇。
What's she talking about?
というわけでメガネ、ロボ部のメガネを連れてこい。ヤシオ先輩に襲わせるから。早くしろ。どうなっても知らんぞ。
I would be an idiot if I went along with this delusional pervert's silliness, so I cut straight to the point.
俺がここに来たのは部長命令だよ。コナちゃんに例のロボ2号機の駆動システムを作るよう頼みに来たんだ。
Frau hears my words and smiles happily.
などと意味不明な供述をしており。
いや、普通に意味通じるでしょ。
お前がそう思うならそうなんだろう。お前ん中ではな。
I guess she has no intention of hearing me out. Whatever. I figured it would turn out like this.
じゃあ行ってくるね。
I didn't even think I would be going to Robot Club with Eskun 6 months ago. Played a quick 30-minute session, 7-1. I guess it's time to send them off. I do know about you, but I think Doc got a lot more mellow. These days, Akiho and Subaru seem to go to the robot clinic every day after school. And as always, Juna and I are the ones to see them off. This has become a frequent occurrence.
うちがいないからってサボっちゃダメだからね。ジュンのサポートよろしくね。
And of course, Akiho always says something along these lines before leaving. And I always shrug when she does. The usual template. Once they leave, my free time begins.
あれ？ヤシオくん、ハンガーに行かないの？
悪い。この後学校で用事あるんだよね。遅れて合流するから、それまで一人でやっててよ。
用事？ヤシオくんって何かの委員とかだったかな？
そういうんじゃなくて、仕様ってやつ。 あんまり詮索すると嫌われるよ。というか、嫌うよ。
嫌われるのは嫌だな。
そんなわけで、さあさあ、モーション担当はさっさと出発進行。
I give Juna a little push on the back and get her to leave. Juna's been practicing constantly for the mocap as of late. Frau took no time programming us some motion capture software, but she's being really stubborn when it comes to the drive system. Is it that much of a pain in the ass? Even Subaru's getting nervous about it getting done before February. Plus, once Frau starts on something, she keeps working until she finishes. No breaks. If this might take up to a month, what will happen to Frau? She could potentially work herself to death. Frau might be thinking the same thing. That would explain why she's been trying to dodge us. Either way, Juna's mocap work is still just in the practice phase. Model 2 hasn't been assembled yet, so it's too early to come up with actions that match each joint's range of motion. Someone proposed we make a functional 3D model, but it would take time to create. Plus, Frau would have to make it for us. So, with no way to simulate anything, we're on hold until we finish the real deal. In other words, the schedule is going to be tight. That being said, as the operator, there's nothing I can do about any of this. No point in worrying. I don't feel too guilty over ditching club activities for personal business.
愛梨ちゃん、おいで。
The AR girl happily trots out after I call for her.
明日11月19日の鹿児島県種子島屋久島地方のお天気は晴れでしょう。最高気温は21度、最低気温は13度です。夜は長袖の上着を用意した方がいいですよ。
貴重なアドバイスをどうも。
I immediately tap on Irie and switch her to gauging knee.
アクセスを確認しました。ゲジネモードに移行します。
I want to avoid talking to Irie at school if at all possible. There are lots of people around, so there's no telling who's watching. If someone caught wind of this, they would probably raise a stink about Ghost or something. But right now, I have no choice but to summon her at school. First, let's see how everything's looking.
レポートナンバー5のフラグは全部回収できてるかどうか、もう一度確認させてよ。
I checked last night and this morning, but I want to be sure.
君島レポートナンバー5のフラグ回収状況は以下の通りです。1、君島レポートナンバー4を発見している。ゲジネより注釈。フラグ1はすでに達成済み。2、旧種子島空港の滑走路ポイント A からポイント B までを5分以内に走り切る。ゲジネより注釈。フラグ2はすでに達成済み。
For some reason, the triggers for report number 5 are all based on physical activities. Thanks to my condition, I have zero physical ability to speak of. That's why I gave up at the end of September. But after seeing Minami Kogori's warning, I can't afford to sit on my ass anymore. I have to get them all. My main issue was trigger number 2. Running from point A to point B of the runway means going from end to end. That's about 1,600 meters. For the record, my 1,500 meter marathon time in junior high PE was over 7 minutes. Not only was this 100 meters longer, but unlike a school field, the runway is on a slope. This would be impossible for me. But after thinking it over, I decided to drive from one end to the other on my scooter. It took me about a minute or so. Afterwards, I took a shot in the dark and checked with gauging knee. Guess what? Trigger complete. It just said you had to go from point A to point B. It didn't say you had to run. It just said you had to go from point A to point B. Talk about lucky.
3、中種町中央運動公園の陸上競技場トラックを60秒で周回する。ゲジネより注釈。フラヌさんはすでに達成済み。
Seeing how my exploit for trigger number 2 worked, that automatically made clearing number 3 simple. I would get in trouble if I drove around on my scooter, so I forcefully borrowed a bike from my classmate to use instead. My time came in at a little under 30 seconds. Trigger complete. Irie and Gauging have been really lax about this whole thing. It's been a huge help. Well, it's not really being lax, it's just, doing the trigger. It said nothing about running, so that kind of makes me wonder if it was actually a physical trigger or if it just looked like it and you were actually supposed to be intelligent, because the entire point of these is to be smart, right? So yeah.
4、中央種子島高校弓道場で矢を的の中心に当てる。ゲジネより注釈。フラグ4はすでに達成済み。
Thus, the hardest one ended up being trigger number 4. I asked the Kudo club to lend me a bow, but they totally refused. I get it. Who would let a rando third year, one in the problematic robot club, use a bow? I sure wouldn't. It also didn't help that the Kudo club's advisor is the vice principal herself. In the end, I utilized the passion accord to locate an old Kudo club member, and borrow their bow for a day. I then waited for the club to finish practice, snuck into the bow range, and shot arrows 2 meters from the target. After about an hour, I finally hit the center of the target and completed the trigger. It was already night by then. I basically cheated on all but trigger number 1. A win's a win, though. Personally, I'm not a fan of these kinds of tactics. And so that brings us to today.
4つのフラグはすべて回収されました。これにより君島レポートナンバー5の AR アノテーションも可視化されています。
で、ゲジネーの予想によればレポートがあるのはこの学校内のどこかと。
はい、速やかに回収してください。
まさか他の人にも見えてたりするの？
いいえ、フラグを回収した人にのみ見えるようになっているはずです。
だったら急ぐ必要なんてないじゃないか。
Just then, I hear some girls snickering from a short ways away. I turn around to find 3 girls in the hall, looking at me and laughing for some reason. When they notice that I've spotted them, they hurry away. They probably think I'm some weirdo who talks to his phone droid. See, this is why I didn't want to summon Irie at school. Gauging these right. Let's get this over and done with. Find the report, move on. There should be a power mark AR annotation for the Kimijima report somewhere at school. I gotta find it. Today's chore duty, Aiba and Akashi. Recently, my sheet meddling skills have gone up a lot. If I keep it going, can I become the second robot doctor? Doc is going to be furious if you keep talking like that. MME 947X Conda Super Cub, registered by Kirei Kasugano, registered on 2/28/2018. Central Tanigashima High, registration number 224. MFU 555X Conda Super Cub, registered by Takumi Inoue, registered on 3/17/2018. Central Tanigashima High, registration number 255.
君島レポートナンバー5をダウンロードしました。
I'm not going to be able to focus and read it here. Time to switch locations. I slip into the clubroom and plop down on the round chair. Now then, let's take a look-see at this report. Shit, I'm nervous. My finger trembles a little as I navigate my phone droid's menus.
何ビビってんだかね、俺は。
I force a smile to mask my own fear. The first time I saw one of these Kimijima reports, I wanted to laugh at what it said. But now, I'm surprised at the fact that I can't laugh it off anymore. I open the report. When auroras become observed all over the world, mainly in low altitude areas, due to the activity of the sun being more active, many people will question HAARP. HAARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, a program that researches the activity and the effects on wireless communication by radiating high-power electromagnetic waves to the ionospheric layer. However, the fact that the Army is part of this military project is a major reason that HAARP cannot clear their suspicion. Ridiculous thoughts and, consequently, the core goals of HAARP are being told by conspiracists. For example, there's this theory that by radiating electric waves through the strength of 1 trillion watts, you can control weather, mines, and cause earthquakes. Or you can create a strong laser weapon to attack cities by meddling with the ionospheric layer. These ridiculous theories with robust imaginations are covering up the alarm bell that is the one truth. The truth is being mocked by people who ask, "What are you talking about?" But do not get misled. There is a high possibility that all these ridiculous theories that are used for cover come up from Tavistock. They will create a forest to hide a tree. That is the way of the Tavistock Institute. First of all, it is obvious that HAARP's strong electromagnetic wave is not targeting Earth based on the ionospheric layer theory. But that is not all. Property of HAARP were converted when NASA and the Committee of 300 got the results from the Ulysses project. It's probably easier to understand if I say it became a part of Project Atom. The sun's surface is about 6,000 degrees, but solar flares get shot into the sun's magnetosphere from the surface at temperatures over a few million degrees. In 2007, the reason for that heat was discovered to be a magnetic reconnection. In other words, due to the increasing proximity of the north and south pole of the sun, the two opposing magnetic field lines of the sun's surface and the corona in the sky are in contact, creating a truly unstable situation. Both magnetic flux lines have the tendency to grow shorter, but at this time extreme amounts of energy get released in upwards of thousands of degrees. The surface isn't the only thing afflicted. This magnetic reconnection is happening frequently in the sun's magnetosphere, and that is not someone else's problem. The sun's magnetosphere is tightly connected to the geomagnetosphere. Magnetic reconnection happening in the sun's magnetosphere has major effects on the geomagnetosphere. The purpose of the solar disturbance is to push the sun's atmosphere and plasma to the geomagnetosphere. There is a chance that a magnetic reconnection can happen if the plasma and geomagnetosphere crash with each other. You need to understand that the auroras occurring are caused by the energy created by the plasma heating and speeding up. If a magnetic reconnection occurs in the geomagnetosphere, a magnetosphere substorm will cause damage far worse than a regular solar disturbance. Critically, it will end all human life. Project Atom is terrifying in that it is trying to artificially create this event and is using HAARP as one of the gears to that end. The Committee of 300 think that it is impossible for the human race to control the sun, but controlling the geomagnetosphere would be possible. I can't even understand half of it.
ゲージね、この内容を短くまとめられない？
太陽の活動が極大期に入ったことにより、地球磁気圏もまた不安定になっています。それを利用して300人委員会は太陽コロナのような現象を人為的に地球磁気圏でも引き起こそうとしているのです。
なるほど、わかりやすい。
ありがとうございます。
Using the sun's abnormal activity, they can cause an explosion that occurs near the sun, only near Earth instead.
やっぱり頑張れるの最終話そのものじゃないの。
According to Minami Kogori's warning, Gun Barrel was propaganda made with the assistance of the Tavistock Institute. But what were they trying to make people think? Watching Gun Barrel never resulted in me getting any ideas.
これ世間に公表すべきじゃん。やばいよな。もし書かれてることが本当なら人類が滅んじゃうわけで。
I never thought I would say those words out loud and mean it. This sort of unreal craziness was supposed to be limited to movies and anime. I mean, fiction is filled with these sorts of apocalyptic scenarios. Humanity's actually in real danger, yet all I can think is that this must be some kind of Hollywood movie. None of this feels real. It doesn't seem possible, no matter how many times I've been warned. Even after a solar disturbance unleashed its fury on North America, even with that bizarre aurora hovering in the sky above the island. None of it feels real. If I publicized the reports, people would laugh them off as conspiracy theory nonsense, like I did at first. Who would believe some random high schooler going public with this kind of info? Hell, it's more than likely that I would become the laughingstock of the world. Maybe I should wait and see for a bit. If I went public with this, and things got crazy, I would have even less time to game.
ゲージね、次の君島レポートのフラグの情報をくれ。
君島レポートナ ナンバー6の AR アノテーションを可視化するためのフラグをダウンロードします。完了。レポートナンバー6のフラグをお伝えします。1、君島レポートナンバー5を発見している。ゲジネより注釈。フラグ1はすでに達成済み。2、JAXA 増田通信所の展示室にある人工衛星追跡ゲームでハイスコアを更新する。3、コスモリゾートのゴルフ場内で落とし物のゴルフボールを100個拾い集める。4、ジオタグを貼り付けたサーフィンで3秒以上波乗りする。以上です。
また嫌がらせが。
This guy wants me to go surfing at this time of the year? Not to mention I've never surfed in my entire life. I'm the most amateur of amateurs. Stop assuming that every dude on Tanegashima can surf. Good grief. I can't be burning time like this. What the hell was Ko Kimijima thinking when he came up with such annoying triggers? Did he even care about this info getting out? I'm extremely irritated. June was told about an explosion at the robot clinic during 6th period class that day. Fortunately, we were relieved to hear that nobody was seriously injured, but an explosion is still no small matter. Thus, together with June and Subaru, Kai said he had business at Frau Bo's place. I rushed over to the clinic.
おお、来たか。
Doc is acting like nothing at all happened.
あ、爆発したって聞いたけど、本当にかすり傷一つないの？
ゴーのやつが話したのか。余計なことしやがって。
Doc clicks his tongue, then scoffs through his nose.
この俺が怪我するようなヘマはしねえよ。
でも爆発は起きたんですよね。何があったんですか？
At the very least, there are no holes in the walls or ceiling.
モノポールが爆発を？
爆発したのはモノポールじゃねえよ。
じゃあ何？
いろいろ試してる時にちょっとばかり二の不始末でな。まあ大したことはねえ。外で作業してたから店も壊れなかったしな。あの程度の爆発でガタガタ騒ぐんじゃねえ。
Sounds to me like he made plenty of mistakes.
信じられない。
June is still standing at the store entrance, listening from a distance. She's trembling and holding back tears. She seems really angry. You don't see her with an expression like that too often.
おじいちゃん、私心配したんだよ。
おう、そうか。純も一緒だったか。
病み上がりなんだから、あんまり無茶しないで。
おうおうおう、心配かけて悪かったな、純。だがよ、こいつは男のロマンってやつなんだよ。久々に改造屋の血が騒ぐのさ。ちょっとぐらい冒険しねえとモノポールほどの代物をいじれねえだろうが。何しろ未知の物質なんだからな。俺は種子島が吹っ飛ぶ格好でやった。後悔はしてねえ。
いや、そこはしてください。
今さら綺麗事か。 ぬ覚悟ができてねえなら今すぐモノポールはどっか山奥に埋めてきな。それで二度と思い出すんじゃねえ。おバブ、モノポールをロボに使うって言ったのはお前らだ。俺はそれに乗った。だから命がけでやってんだよ。お前らに死ねというつもりはねえが、覚悟ぐらい決めとけ。
おじいちゃん。
すまねえ、ジュン。俺はこういう人間なんでな。だがもちろん自分からくたばるつもりはねえぜ。まだまだ若い奴らには負けやしねえよ。
Doc is definitely way livelier than he was before the surgery.
で、ドク、モノポールが爆発する可能性ってあるの？
いや。
Doc shrugs his shoulders.
とりあえずぶった切ってみたんだが大丈夫だった。
とりあえずって。
モノポールって何？
だがなかなか興味深いことが分かったぜ。みんな。
Doc carefully places something on the counter.
これは
It's a small bottle. Inside of it is some sort of blackish powder. It looks like gunpowder, but it's actually the monopole ground to dust. Basically, he opens the lid of the bottle and pours the powder onto a white sheet of paper. Strangely enough, there's some sort of rainbow-colored smoke faintly visible. It glitters and shines. It's beautiful.
触っても大丈夫なんですか？
チリッとするくらいだな。若干熱を持ってやがる。やけどするほどじゃねえが。
It's not just me. Everyone has gone quiet upon seeing this strange substance. Amateurs like us shouldn't be messing with this stuff. I almost feel guilty about it.
さながら神の領域ですか？
何気取った言い方してやがる。
別に気取ってなんて。
こいつは言ってみりゃ天から降ってきたお宝だろう。
Who's being melodramatic now? Well, who cares? Either way, I'm the one who asked him to look into this, which means I'm the one who needs to plant my feet on
ド
this.
クから見てこのモノポールどう？ありのまま話してほしいな。危ないのか危なくないのか、使えるのか使えないのか。
Doc then narrows his eyes and stares straight at me.
ドク？
今のお前の目、あれにそっくりだったぜ。
そう？
ああ、血は争えねえな。
For some reason, Doc seems happy. Heck, I'm happy that he said I remind him of Misa. I mean, I know I still have a long way to go before I can stand shoulder to shoulder with her. But still, hearing that is enough for now.
たぎってきた。
まあ、結論を出すのは実際にモーターに組み込んでみて効果を見てからだろうな。
Doc explains how he'll compress the powdered monopole into a core, then wrap a coil around it to make a magnet.
電動式モーターに使えるならホビーロボのノウハウが流用できるんだよね。スバル、そうでしょ？
ですね。
だったらフラウボーの負担も少しは減るはず。それなら。
Yesterday, Kai went to try and talk her into helping us, but she said no again. I bet she would help if we made things a little easier on her. It's then that all our phone droids simultaneously let off their warning sound.
メール。
いや、俺のポケコンも鳴りやがったぞ。
緊急地震速報でしょうか。
Subaru takes out his phone droid faster than anyone and checks it. Then the lights in the store suddenly start flickering over and over again, irregularly.
Huh?
Subaru immediately loses his usual composure. I can tell from his gaze that he's reading the text on his phone droid's screen.
どうしたの？
Subaru gulps loudly. He then looks up at us with an aghast expression on his face.
太陽嵐です。関東地方を直撃したと。
直撃？
As to what that actually meant, I couldn't even imagine at the time.
よ、アキちゃん。
Surfing. That old man is really bad for your heart. I thought my chest was going to explode. Do you like women's breasts, big brother? How about ones that are underdeveloped? Sorry that Grandpa is causing trouble. No, it's not like I'm mad. Sorry for making you feel bad. Glad Doc is okay. Folks in Tokyo, are you okay? I wonder what's going to happen to Tokyo. Lag is getting worse for KB. I hope it's temporary. Small titties are justice, as is written in the sacred texts. This was expected to happen, should have taken it seriously. I poked my head into Akiho's room, and Madam President, my childhood friend, is sprawled out on her bed. She's staring at her phone droid in said position. The screen says that there's a call in progress. The person she's calling is Misa. Akiho notices me enter, hangs up, and sits up.
カイ、テレビ見た？
いや、ネットのニュースとツイートで大まかな情報は見たけど。
東京、すごいことになってるよ。
らしいね。
Akiho's not doing so good. Well, I had a feeling she would be like this.
ミサ姉とは連絡つかず。
The solar disturbance scored a direct hit on eastern Japan. Tokyo is experiencing major blackouts all over. The capital is pretty much entirely
アキ
paralyzed.
ちゃん、飴もらっていい？
一個だけね。
There's a bag of space candy in her room. I take one out and pop it into my mouth.
東京って停電してるんでしょ？ 復旧は2時間後くらいって話じゃなかった？
うちは1週間後って聞いたけど。
いやいや、2時間後と1週間後じゃ誤差ありすぎじゃないの？
なんか情報がぐちゃぐちゃになりすぎてて、何が正しいのかちっともわかんないよね。電話が繋がらないのだって、みんなが安否確認のために電話かけまくっててパンクしてるんだって話と、そもそも電話の基地局や交換機が停電でダウンしちゃったって話とあって。
パンクしてるだけならしばらく待てばかけられるようになるかもね。でも基地局が停電でやられちゃってると復旧には時間かかるかもな。
テレビもさっきまで見てたんだけど、東京のスタジオじゃないの。大阪だよ、大阪。報道特番だったらいつもなら東京からなのに。
Akiho is looking at Twippo on her phone droid as she exclaims.
カイ、これ。
She beckons me over, and I sit next to her to look at her phone droid.
何これ、キャブ画像？何にも映ってないけど。
映ってるよ。だってこれ生中継だよ。
Now that you mention it, I can hear helicopter sounds.
ちゃんと東京上空だってテロップに出てる。
東京上空ってこれが？
The entire screen is darkness, pitch black. There's not a single light to be found anywhere. Akiho raises the video volume.
真っ暗です。眠らない街と呼ばれた東京のどこにも今この時間光はありません。
The reporter is nearly screaming.
本来であればサラリーマンが帰宅する時間帯であり、繁華街は飲食店の照明や街灯で煌々と照らされているはずです。今見えるのは住宅街でしょうか。そこで民家が何軒か火事で燃えている、その炎の明かりだけといった状況です。この暗闇の中に東京に住む1400万人の人々が不安な気持ちで電気の復旧を待っているはずです。
うちの島でもこれよりは明るいよね。
今回の太陽嵐、もしかしたら夏のアメリカのやつより強力だったかもって話が。
Akiho mutters, startling me. I think back on the Kimijima reports. If Project Atom fails in 2015, large solar disturbances will next arrive in 2019 and 2020. Once past that, the sun will enter a period of stability. I wanted to check something actually. Okay, so no, it just stays green. I was wondering why report number 1 was blue. Maybe that's because we copied it? I don't know. I just noticed that earlier. In other words, this period of maximum solar activity is a convenient trigger for the Committee of 300. One could say that for the next decade, the Earth will become a favorable testing ground for the Committee of 300.
2019年の大規模な太陽嵐。もう夏に一度来てたから大丈夫だろうって高をくくってたのに、こっちの方が強力って。
The one that hit the NA West Coast in the summer caused riots in cities. It took over a month for things to settle. And because of that, I can't help but be concerned that Tokyo is in danger. Plus, it's the metropolis with the highest population in the world, the heart of our government and economy. What's going to happen now that Tokyo is paralyzed?
ねえ、カイ、お姉ちゃん大丈夫だよね。
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Akiho is uneasy, but I don't have the words to comfort her. After all, There's no way for us to get accurate info on Tokyo from all the way over here. I personally tried calling Misa-ni several times, but she didn't pick up. It feels unreal. How many times have I felt this sensation since the year began? Sure, the news says that Tokyo has been hit by citywide blackouts and that all functionality has ceased. But to us on Tanegashima, looking at this mess of info, it all just seems like someone else's problem. We can't even imagine how the people in Tokyo feel right now, how they're getting through tonight.
東京は遠すぎるよ。
I feel sick. It's like the part of my stomach below my belly button is filled with sludge, sludge being slowly kneaded about. This disgusting feeling has persisted for half a day now.
クソが
Someone is breathing really loudly. It's noisy and irritating. If you don't shut up this second, I'm going to town on you. Turns out that the idiot in question is actually me. I wipe the greasy sweat from my forehead. Boys should be the only ones panting in that delicious BL sort of way.
元気くん飲み物プリーズ
ちょっとぐらい喉が渇いたからってなんだ。元気一発気合で乗り切ろうぜ。
元気くんボットはミュート状態に
よしわかった。絶対また会おうな。
Genki-kun poses snappily and disappears from my phone droid's screen.
カスが元気くんボットの使えなさっぷりはむしろ逆に金請求してもいいレベル
Said the girl who made him. I pick up a bottle of mineral water nearby and pour what little of it is left into my mouth.
水のストックあるロゼッタ
冷蔵庫の中にはミネラルウォーターのストックはもうありません。お散歩ついでに買いに行きましょう。
I ignore Rosetta Bot's proposition and face my PC again. My sight is hazy. Have I been staring at my PC for too long? Nothing like this has ever happened before. On the monitor is at channel. With my sight blurry, I can barely read what's on screen. It's been over 12 hours since the Tokyo blackouts, but things still aren't back to normal. Though apparently some areas have power again. But that's mostly places like factories, which have their own private power generators. Even the electric companies don't have a firm grasp on which areas have power and which don't. Tokyo residents are desperately looking for ways to communicate, but the phone lines are overloaded. At channel is the only thing connecting me to Tokyo from Tanegashima, even if it's a very narrow source of info. Compared to 10 years ago, there are fewer users, but during emergencies like this, it's faster than regular news. Twippo's too much of a mess to be a reliable source of anything. Ignorant idiots believe everything they read. Then they spread it around and make things worse. It might as well be SPO East. That said, while not as bad as Twippo, At Channel is full of trash too. What's fake? What's real? It's impossible for me to discern one way or the other. Yet still, I desperately search for any real info regarding Tokyo on the message boards. I do my best to sift through the falsehoods, tracing sources, and working my way back to original posters. If I can trace things back to their original sources, I should be able to figure out what's going on. Or so I thought for a time. But now, my brain is all scrambled eggs. I can't sort all this noise out. Just then, there's a sound from my phone droid.
なんぞ
メールが届きましたよ。
音読よろ
送信者八潮海斗。送信日時は2019年11月19日午前6時58分です。昨日電話したけど繋がらなかったからメールさせてもらうよ。今日の午後にでも顔を出すから部屋に入れてほしい。話がある。
This sounds like the kind of message you would send an ex.
テラ知識過剰処女をつ
頑張れる最終話を解析して出てきた小郡南の警告文に関連する話なんだけど、実はあれに似た内容が君島レポートにも書かれてあった。
I gasp. I'm feeling nauseous all of a sudden. I can't help but cover my mouth with my hands. I barely manage to hold down the stomach juices rising up.
その内容はこうだ。太陽嵐の到達による混乱を利用して同時多発テロを起こすこと。そのテロの内容はどうやらロボットによる反乱っていうものらしいこと。君のお母さんからの警告はいたずらでも陰謀論でもなく現実になるかもしれない。そんなわけで君のお母さんのことについてもう少し詳しく聞かせてほしいんだよね。ちなみにこのことはまだ誰にも言わない方がいい。それじゃ以上です。
Before I realize it, I'm breathing heavily.
ぐぬぬ
Yashio Senpai is right. His anxiety is totally on the mark. Considering his pinpoint accuracy, this isn't just a FG idiot trying to troll. The Kimijima reports are true. A robot insurrection. This lines up with the one piece of truth I found amidst the noise after hunting for 12 hours straight. Actually,
それはもう起きてる
amidst the noise, there are posts dotted around that feel out of place. Service robots were attacking people. A guide robot went out of control. An RI robot went haywire. It won't do what it's told. They're all relatively low-key posts, nothing designed to get attention, just a few words buried within all the noise. But they're slowly starting to bubble to the surface. They haven't yet caused a ruckus. The people in Tokyo are too busy right now with the blackouts and loss of functionality all over the place. A robot insurrection. Just reading the words is enough to make anyone laugh. Even movies don't use plots as cliché as this anymore. If you think the word insurrection might cause misunderstandings, you could describe it as robots going AWOL. Thanks to next year's Robot Expo, the streets are filled with life-size robots, more than any other city. Even police stands have deployed guide patrol robots. Robots run the registers at stores. Nursing robots are all over the place now. There's a surprisingly large number of them walking with and assisting elderly people. I hear that Shibuya, Akihabara, and Odaiba in particular have a large number of guide robots deployed. What happens if all those robots stop doing what they're programmed to do?
なんという狂った世界
Although I doubt robots are going to be picking up guns and shooting people anytime soon. But still, just the idea of humans losing control over the robots is enough to inspire fear. I don't know if this is an accident caused by the solar disturbance or some sort of intentional act of
お
terror.
知らせします。ヤシオさんのメール到着のついでに新着メールをチェックしましたよ。3451通の新着メールを受信しました。なお、スパムメールはあらかじめ除外してあります。フラウ工事ロファクトリー関係者からのメールが1通、お仕事依頼のメールは0通、キルバラットのユーザーから届いたメールのうちポジティブと予想されるものが38通、ネガティブと予想されるものが3413通です。
That's a lot. That's a lot more negative mail than usual. But who cares? I never check them anyway. It's just that I can't believe I've gotten so many after only half a day.
関係者からのメール開いて。
送信者服部半十郎、送信日時は2019年11月19日午前。電話が鳴っていますよ。服部半十郎さんです。
First a message, now she's calling. I haven't even read the former yet. While she's a member of the KB team, I've never actually seen Hattori Hanjiro's face before. The only people I've met offline are Choo-Choo, Yasumasa, and Maguyan. The other members, Hanjiro, Hattori, and Kiss Pop, I've only ever called or messaged. Hanjiro Hattori is a 23-year-old neat girl. Her real name is Mitsuko Hattori, currently unemployed. That's about all I know.
つないで。
はい、ではおつなぎしますね。
The phone droid screen reads sound only. Her face isn't displayed.
ハンジュ、無事だった？
Hanju refers to Hanjiro Hattori. I just call her that because it's easy to say and type.
電話復旧したん？それとももしかして関西に脱出したとか？
うん、今名古屋。
So she really did escape. I wonder if she knows what happened to everyone else at the factory.
っていうか、フラウッチ、今すぐアホな真似はやめなよ。RI のロボット OS 乗っとるとか、いたずらじゃ済まないんだから。
は？
Her sudden outburst makes no sense. Seriously, what's her deal? Why is she so mad at me?
お前は何を言っているんだ？日本語で OK。
停電中の東京でロボット暴走させて人を襲わせてるのフラウチでしょ。あんなの犯罪だよ。しかも自分から正体ばらして煽るなんて。あそこまで炎上しちゃったらもう収拾つかないって。
ちょっと何言ってるかわかんないです。人違いじゃね？
私にまでそんな分かりきった嘘つくなんて。自分でツイポでつぶやいておいてよく言うよ。
ツイポ？
Hanju has clearly lost it. I figured she was on edge from all the stuff in Tokyo, plus having to flee all the way to Nagoya. But that doesn't seem to be the case.
私がつぶやいて
とぼけないで。フラウッチ、とにかく今すぐクラッキングをやめて。今自首すればまだ。
わかんない。何言ってるのか全然わかるように話してくれなくちゃ。私どうしたらいいか。
フラウッチ。
I'm so confused. But that's normal, right? She's just yelling at me without even explaining why, especially since I have no memory of what she's talking about. I'm not mad or even sad. I just don't have words to reply with. Committing a crime? Taunting people on Twippo?
何言ってるかちっともわかんない。
本当なの？何も知らないの？だってツイポでつぶやいてるのって確かにフラウッチのアカウントなんだけど。ねえ、この何時間かでツイポを起動した？
してない。
Hanju goes quiet after hearing my response. I can't see her face, so I don't know for sure, but she seems to be pondering something.
ねえ、一体何が？
RI ロボラトリーインダストリーのロボット知ってるよね？そのロボット OS が何者かに乗っ取られて停電中の東京で人を襲ってる。私もこの目で見た。その時は訳がわからなかったけど、東京から脱出してからフラウッチのつぶやきを見て悟ったの。
A robot insurrection. I was literally just looking into this, coupled with what was written in Yashio Senpai's message.
でも太陽嵐のせいでロボットもほとんど故障してるんじゃ。
知らないの？15年クラッシュ以降に発売された等身大ロボットは太陽嵐対策が施されてる。今の東京は電気は止まっちゃってるのにロボットだけは動いてるっていう異様な状態なの。
How could I possibly know that?
でも私が犯人のわけだって今種子島だし。そもそもロボット OS って1台だけハッキングしたって大した被害には。
ロボラトリーインダストリのリーチシリーズはクラウドでデータ共有されてる。そこさえ押さえちゃえば全部のロボットに強制的に命令を送れるの。
なんだと？
フラウッチが私に嘘ついてるのかどうか電話だけじゃわからないけど、今すぐツイポを見て自分の発言を確認して。
I do as I'm told and hurriedly boot up Twippo. For some reason it's asking for my account name and password to log in. I never see the screen because I'm usually always logged in. This is weird. A feeling of discomfort circulates my body as I enter my password. As soon as I'm in, I find a host of tweets directed at me. Could be phishing, but isn't much of a joke right now. You're going to blow up if you don't delete it. Go die. Wow, you serious? R.I. of the Ricci. Jeers and verbal attacks from accounts I've never seen. Even death threats. These numbers are ridiculous. There are more tweets than I can count. Well over the thousands. I can't look through all these, but I'm used to this sort of thing in my inbox. It's no biggie. It's always that way. I bite my lip and bring up the tweets from my account. My timeline is filled with posts that I don't recognize. I got control of RI's OS from the Reach series. That was easy, so I made all the RI robots go crazy. There are robots out of control in Tokyo. Robots should be released from the hands of humans. So, you know how robots in Tokyo are going nuts and attacking people. I did that. I took over RI's Reach series OS. Robots should be freed from human control. Wanna know who leaked the last episode of Gun Barrel? Me. A first in human history. A robot murders a human. Now this is big news. Oh, by the way, the server for RI is wide open. Anyone can jump in. You want to kick me out and get the robots back? Just get past the security I set up. I didn't write a single word of this. This wasn't me. It's fake. Of course it is. I desperately check my account. Frau Kojiro. This is me. What's going on? No matter how many times I look, It's the account name I picked. A virus? Have I been hacked? The only thing filling my mind is the feeling of wanting to cry. At the same time, I feel miserable. I want to cry out with every fiber of my being. Lunacy and depression force their way into my heart at the same time. Someone took over my account. I need to delete it ASAP. That should make it all better.
マジありえないだろ。こんなん絶対おかしい。絶対に。
I end up vomiting. It's unpleasant and my throat burns. Tears fall down my cheeks. But the only thing that comes up are stomach juices. I haven't eaten anything since the day before yesterday. This is all a lie. A lie. This isn't me. Someone set me up. BL. Boys Love. A piece of work created for a female audience where male characters fall in love with each other. Cloud computing. To run everything on the network besides the minimal necessities like the computer system and programs. SPO East, short for the evening paper Sports East News. A lot of their articles cause misunderstandings and bad assumptions, sometimes used as a phrase to mean gossip. Tokyo looks like it's in big trouble. What do you think about being called Big Brother from Irene? Should I change it to Big Bro or Only Bro or Bro Bro? Or rather, I can copy myself 12 times and each one could call you something different. Standing by. So, you know how robots in Tokyo are going nuts and attacking people? I did that. What? What's going on? Stop joking. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I would like you to keep calling me Big Brother. Last night's light rain shower has continued through today, which means I couldn't commute by scooter. It took me about 10 minutes to get here from school. The entrance of the abandoned hotel. Nearby is the intercom that Frau had installed into the building. She's not answering. If she doesn't answer after 3 rings, she's either sleeping or out. By out, I mean that she's probably taken a trip to the Irie General Store to grab a bite. But she definitely wouldn't want to leave on a rainy day like this. A shut-in like Frau should hate the rain. I suppose I'll ring Mizuka-san up just in case.
コール異例商店。
毎度ありがとうございます。異例商店でございます。
あ、水香さん、八潮ですけど。
なんだ、買いか。
Her energy level drops dramatically. Every time I hear Mizuka-san act all polite, I can't help but want to interject, Who the heck are you?
今日水香さんのお店にコナちゃんって来た？
コナちゃん？誰さ？
幸次郎フラウ。旧空港前の廃墟ホテルに住んでる子。
ああ、あの子か。今日見てないね。
わかった。ありがとう。
And that's that. I try pressing the intercom button again, but there's still no response. I would say there's a pretty strong chance that she's just pretending to be out. However, I'm uneasy after yesterday and today's events. The Tokyo blackouts and Frau's terrorism declaration are the hot topics of the moment on the net. Early this morning, Frau suddenly declared that she had taken over RI Company's service robot OS. So she then started saying crazy things to taunt people, so everyone on the net is lashing out at her. That's why I left school during my lunch break and came here.
おいおい、まさか姿くらましちゃったかな。
Considering everything she said on Twippo, it would make sense for her to run, which means it doesn't matter how many times I push this button. But on the other hand, I have the bad feeling that she might have been framed. Frau is the only person I've told so far about the contents of the Kimijima reports. And then there's Frau's mom, Minami Kogori, who was likely erased for her opposing the Institute. Frau came to this island to search for her mom. It wouldn't be strange if the Institute or committee abducted or threatened her into cooperating by using her mom.
陰謀論的な考え方も自然とスラスラ出てくるようになっちゃったね。
I scoff at myself and call the number of the security company on the intercom sticker. My cousin won't answer no matter how much I call, so I'm breaking in. Please don't send security over ASAP. That's basically what I told them. The call center girl who answered did her best to stop me. Nice try. After hanging up, I find a fist-sized rock from among the weeds. I take aim at the glass door and throw it as hard as I can. I crouch down low, but move quickly and climb the stairs to the 3rd floor, stopping to catch my breath. I look down the hallway. There's no sign of anyone here.
ちょっとやりすぎちゃったよな。
If Frau asks me for reimbursement later, I'll just play dumb. I seriously didn't think it would break like that. I'm feeling super nervous. Not about having to pay, about making a noise that loud. Like, what if someone has Frau confined to her room? It's possible that the culprit could do something bad in response to the noise, like killing Frau or ambushing me. Nah, I'm sure it'll all be fine. I force myself to think positively. Anyway, I head to Frau's room. I check for sounds inside the room through the door, but I don't hear any talking. I gently turn the doorknob. Unexpectedly, it's unlocked. Whenever I visit, Frau always keeps her room locked. She only opens it when I knock from outside. But if it's unlocked, does that mean nobody's inside? Or I imagine a gruesome scene awaiting me inside the room and hesitate to open the door. But I can't turn back now. I need to check inside.
合農好判断はこうって。
I brace myself and slowly open the door.
寒っ。誰もいない。
I don't see anyone. The AC is on, so it's as freezing cold as always. The PC is still on too. Actually, even her phone droid is just sitting there. The room is filled with the smell of mold and must. This might actually be worse than usual, partially because of the vomit on the floor. It looks like a stain because it's dry. Clearly Frau hasn't been eating much. There are no solids. I would prefer not to look at it straight on. I take a look around the room and sigh. Frau's nowhere to be found. I figured she might be sleeping, but I was wrong. Did I miss her on the way over, and she's at Mizuka-san's place now? Or was she kidnapped? A sound. I hear a sound. It's mixed in with the low humming of the PC. It's the sound of water. I immediately turn to the entrance. That's where the bathroom door is. It's currently shut. Upon closer inspection, light is visibly leaking from the opening at the bottom. Someone's inside. I was so nervous when I came in that I didn't even notice. But there's definitely a sound coming from inside the bathroom. It's the sound of water flowing from a faucet.
まったく嫌になるよ。
I'm so fed up with all of this. Why does everything have to be such a pain? Why can't fate just let me play games in peace? After internally ranting for a bit, I charge into the bathroom without hesitation. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Everybody watching this stream. Trigger warning. I'm awash with regret. My immediate impression is that I've just laid eyes on a corpse for the first time in my life. Frau's skin is pale like that of a doll. She doesn't even look real. It's then that I realize I'm surprisingly calm. I walk up to the tub and turn off the faucet. It looks like she slit her wrists. Why did she have to commit suicide? Guilt for her crimes? Was she pushed to the edge after being framed by the Tavistock Institute?
コナちゃん、せめて安らかに。
I move to take the cutter knife out of her hand, and it falls.
Huh?
Frau's eyelids open slightly. She looks toward me, then suddenly grabs my wrist tightly.
おい、
I'm so shaken that I fall back onto my butt. The bathroom floor is wet, and the cold sensation returns me to my senses.
コナちゃん、生きてるの？
Actually, I don't see any blood anywhere. Had she not attempted it yet?
大丈夫？何やってんの？
I hurriedly grab her by the shoulders and give her a shake. Her body is shockingly cold, enough to make me shiver. Frau's eyes remain half open. She's still gripping my wrist. A trickle of tears descend from the corners of her eyes.
コナちゃん。
怪我される。
なんだって？
頑張れるか。怪我されちゃう。足を。助けて。
The lady just barely gets her words out. She's not some super genius high school programmer girl that uses old net slang from a decade ago. She's just a lonesome, frail girl asking for help from the depths of her soul. If Big Brother was able to choose Irie's outfit, what would you like it to be? No matter what your answer, no DLCs will be added. Even if someone were to offer to pay for it, they still wouldn't be added, especially if they're sexual in nature. Quick update, Kona-chan is okay and didn't do anything bad. Nice job, Kai. Thank God. How about a cat ear maid? Give it a chance. I'm wrapped up in a blanket. Frau is in her usual camisole and her short shorts.
くしゃみしたいのは俺の方なんだけど。
させ。
ほら、飲みなよ。
I hand Frau a mug full of hot corn soup. She already had one, but she said she wanted seconds, so I made some more. Frau obediently takes it and puts it up to her lips.
そりゃそうだ。
She already made the same mistake on the first cup. Maybe she just can't handle hot things. I take a sip of my own soup. I can feel my body warming up from the inside. It's been about an hour since I discovered Frau in the bathroom. I ended up ditching afternoon classes. This shut-in actually filled her tub with the intention of slitting her wrists and dying, but since she hadn't eaten for several days, she had no strength, nor did she have the courage to actually do it. Sitting in the tub hesitating, her body temp dropped, leaving her incapable of exiting the tub on her own. She probably would have died if I hadn't stumbled across her. It took a lot to drag her out of there. Plus, she was totally nude, so I didn't even know where to look. Granted, in that situation, the last thing on my mind was Frau's body. Plus, she ain't got nothing on Naysan. That said, going forward, it might be a wee bit difficult to talk to her face to face after remembering this. Anyway, I wiped Frau dry, wrapped her in some blankets, turned up the heat, and made corn soup to warm her up. All this hard work has paid off as the color is returning to Frau's face. I had her put some clothes on earlier. Some dudes from the security company I called came after I took Frau out of the bathroom. Try explaining this to them. My own clothes are currently drying. Frau offered to lend me a shirt, but our sizes are totally different. And so here I am, walking around her place wrapped up in a blanket.
で、そろそろ話してよ。コナちゃんのあのツイポでの発言は一体どういうことなのか。
Frau still hanging her head. She's just staring into her mug of corn soup.
どっかのロボット OS を乗っ取ったって話、特に詳しく聞かせてほしいな。どうやら東京じゃロボットの反乱が本当に起きてるらしいけど。
私じゃないし。はめられたんだわ。誰かに。ツイポのアカウント。乗っ取られたっぽい。
乗っ取られた？ハッキングとかそういうの。
I'm not exactly computer savvy, so I just tossed the idea out there.
わかんない。ウイルスとかそういうのチェックしたけどヒットしないし、なんてこんなこと。
Frau covers her mouth. She seems like she might throw up. I find it hard to believe that this young lady is a terrorist. At the very least, it doesn't look like she's lying to me. Still, a robot insurrection? The Kimijima reports were on the mark again. Terrorism taking advantage of the chaos caused by the arrival of a large-scale solar disturbance. That's exactly what's going down in Tokyo.
ゲジネ、いる？
はい。
When I call out Irie, Geijini promptly appears, but for some reason she's facing the wrong direction.
どこ見てるの？
屋内なので今のゲジネーはヤシオさんが見えていない状態です。
That's right. To be fair, it doesn't really matter to Irie or Geijini if they can see the inside of this room or not.
東京で起きてるロボットの反乱だけど、それに300人委員会が関わってるって情報は掴んでない？
情報は収集していますが、関東地方は停電によるオンラインユーザーの減少により絶対的な情報量が平常時の 20% まで低下しています。なお、収集した情報は未だ分析していないため、現段階ではヤシオさんの要求には返答できません。
あ、そう。
Good grief, she really is inflexible.
もういいよ、どっか行っちゃって。
失礼します。
とまあそんな感じなんだけど、コナちゃんはどこまで把握してる？
Things are going nuts on the net right now, but I only know the general beats.
東京が停電した。まだ完全復旧してない。
それはさすがに俺も知ってるよ。復旧はいつになるかわからないってさ。
The fact that they don't know speaks to how serious the situation is, though apparently some areas have in fact gotten power back already. Either way, the solar disturbance did a real number on things. Folks are currently pretty sympathetic toward the whole situation, but that won't last forever. With Tokyo effectively shut down, Japan's economy is all but dead. And then there's what Akiho said this morning.
このままじゃ来年の万博が中止になっちゃうよ。
Is that really what she should be concerned about right now? But I do get it. For those of us living on Tanegashima, the things happening in Tokyo seem like a distant dream.
停電のことよりロボットの反乱っていうのを詳しく教えてよ。
RI 社ってのがあるわけだが。
RI
Frau taps away at her PC keyboard and opens up what seems to be a robot company's homepage.
ロボラトリーインダストリ社の略。 RI 社は日本でのサービスロボのシェア3位な。特に都市圏での売り上げが強いっぽい。 RI 社のロボはリーチシリーズっていうわけだが、道案内機能に特化したサービスロボなのだぜ。交番に配置されてるのは必ずこいつ。あと街のあちこちを歩いてたりもする。
ああ、それなら俺もこの前東京に行った時に見た。
I spied one from a distance when I was in Odaiba, but I didn't have the chance to talk to it. But when Michi brought us to our hotel in Akihabara on the second night, I saw a bunch strolling around. We passed about 3 robots while walking down the street over a period of 5 minutes.
その RI 社のサーバーにあるロボット OS が乗っ取られたらしいよ。
ロボット OS を乗っ取ったら全部のロボットを自由にできるわけ？
RI 社のロボット限定。他のメーカーのは無理ぽ。
でもその RI 社のロボって市販されてるんでしょ？一体あちこちバラバラな場所にいるってことだよね。サーバーを乗っ取ったからって全部のロボットに命令できるものなわけ？そもそもロボット OS って何？
RI 社のリーチシリーズはクラウドコンピューティングで全ロボットのデータを統合してる。あとはわかるな。
いや、わからないって。クラウドってネットワーク上でデータを共有するっていうあれだっけ？
Frau nods. She then taps away at her keyboard again, this time bringing up a page that explains the Reach series.
リーチシリーズはその OS やメモリをネットワーク上に置いて常時オンライン状態。これによって何百何千っていうロボットが互いのデータを共有して最適化してる。個体差はなくなるから、ロボットによって提供するサービスに差が出ることはない。リアルタイムでの情報共有ができるんで、道案内に特化したリーチシリーズにはベストなシステムらしい。ロボそのもののバグもすぐに潰せるから、メンテの人件費も安くなるし。でもセキュリティの面でずっと不安視されてたわけで。
And they were right to feel uneasy. If a single location manages all the data, just take control of that location and you have access to all the robots.
RI の中の人もサーバー止められないらしい。物理的に止めようにも、サーバールームの鍵は電子制御でもそのシステムは停電で停止してるから。サーバールームのシステムがダウンしてるなら、サーバーそのものもダウンするはずじゃ。サーバーは停電に備えて自家発電機能がある。 3日は持つらしいってアットちゃんに書いてあった。
I get it.
で、その乗っ取りをコナちゃんがやったことになってると。でも、ツイポで私が犯人ですって言ったところで、そう簡単に信じてもらえる方がおかしいんじゃ。普通、狂言でしたで終わりでしょ。ロボットが実際に暴走してるとしても、コナちゃんが何もしてないならすぐに疑いが晴れるんじゃ。
そうでもない。 RI のサーバーは今外部からのアクセスができなくなってるけん、ハッカーの仕掛けた鍵のせいっぽい。
鍵？
見ればわかる。
Frau taps on her keyboard and opens a certain page. The source is displayed, but I have no clue what any of it means.
ここがリーチシリーズのデータ満載のサーバー。ここまでは今誰でも入れるダダ漏れ状態。
鍵がかかってるんじゃなかったの？
I assumed there would at least be a page asking for a password or something, but nope.
じゃあロボに強制的に命令できる OS 部分に入ってみるを。
Frau taps the keyboard again, and then the monitor goes black. A moment later, something appears on screen.
キルバラ？
Oh, that is interesting. Frau's face goes pale again, and she places her hands on her mouth. She starts dry heaving over and over again.
誰かがここの鍵にキルバラを利用してやがる。絶対に許さない。絶対にだ。
流用ってキルバラをどう使ってるっていうわけ？
この鍵に使われてるキルバラは CPU 戦しかできなくなってる。しかも対戦相手は必ず決まってる。私のアカウントを乗っ取った中の人が言うには、その CPU にワンマッチ勝てば鍵が解除されるっぽい。
Alright, after hearing all of this, I can see how people suspect Frau, especially after her tweets.
こいつを仕掛けたどっかのクソのせいで、このせいで頑張れるが怪我される。私コウジロフラウのこととか、私の作ったキルバラのこととかは別にどれだけバカにされてもいいけど、頑張れるとママのことを関連づけて悪く言うのは許せない。
Frau's shoulders sadly slump down. Her eyes are wet. Frau's the type to clown around using all kinds of old slang, so I've never seen her so despondent before.
ママの残した頑張れるをこれ以上怪我されたくない。なのに私ママと利用されてどうしたら。
After Frau announced herself to the world, she had everything about her looked into and spread on the net. Kona Furugori's real name, photos, her relationship to Gun Barrel's director, Minami Kogori, all of it. Minami Kogori's hidden message had only just been unearthed, and so this just added fuel to the fire. And so, people theorized that Minami Kogori was the true mastermind, and her message was an advance notice of her evil deeds. Considering how knee-deep in conspiracy theory bullshit I am, if I didn't know Frau, I very well might have been just like them. I gently rub Frau's back as she cries. I'm not really doing it to console her or anything. I just don't know what to say to her. But
ワンマッチ勝てばいいわけでしょ。しかも相手は CPU とか。笑えてくるよ、マジで。こんなのむしろ楽勝じゃないの。今までクリアしたやつがいない方がおかしいね。
Frau knows how good I am. Hell, I'm the second best in the whole damn world. I'm one step away from the top. And yet she didn't even try to ask me for help, instead choosing to end her own life. It's way too soon to give up.
そのゲーム乗ってやるよ。
Don't get me wrong, I'm not underestimating my opponent, but at the end of the day, they're just a CPU. Once I figured out its patterns, it'll be easier to handle than an actual person.
キルバラで勝てばいいって言うなら俺向きだ。
ヨシオ先輩。
Frau stares at me, her eyes wide open. She then begins to cry again. She grasps onto me.
ちょっと。
先輩。よろしく。勝ったら鎖骨ペロペロしてあげるので。
そりゃどうも。
I'll take a hard pass on that. Anyhow, let's get this party started. I paste the URL into my phone Droid browser and head straight for the locked page. Kill Ballad immediately boots up. Straight to the pre-battle menu too. Visually it's no different from regular KB. And as always I go with Gun Barrel. My opponent is Niger, a long-range character that specializes in sniping. This bastard gave me a hell of a time during our cheater hunt. It's then that I'm hit with deja vu.
相手は CPU なのになんでアカウントが表示されてるんだ。
それは初耳だわ。
And then there's the name itself. It's not particularly strange, but even though the match is about to begin, I can't take my eyes off the CPU's account name. Taka Sonobli 2019. That's the account name attached to the CPU. What's with this deja vu? Have I fought this thing before? That can't be. They're a CPU. So have I seen it somewhere? Why is this name so familiar? The light bulb in my head turns on.
タカの愛と花園と小栗。チーター3人の名前が全部含まれてる。
なんだと。
Could the person who took over the RI company servers have something to do with the 3 dead cheaters? Or did they just cobble this account name together based off of the 3 players who were on top for so long? I don't know, but it's pretty unsettling either way.
楽勝だと思ったらそうでもないかもね。
Despite all the attention this thing is gathering, not a single person has beat it. Is this the reason why? As soon as the match begins, I get my answer. It was over before it even started. Me, of all people, second best in the world, and I didn't stand a goddamn chance.
先輩。
完敗だったよ。こんな無茶苦茶な調整するなんてゲームとして破綻してる。なんなのあれ。ふざけんな。これ普通にやって勝てるやつは多分世界中に誰もいないよ。
Even Tagiren probably couldn't. Whoever set up this lock put an absurd CPU together to prevent anyone from getting in.
しかもただの CPU じゃない。戦っててチーター狩りを思い出した。
つまりどういうことだってばよ。
Stream
CPU の
elements
アカウント名が
said,
例のチータ
Stay
ー
moist,
3人
my
の名前を
friends.
合体させたような
Hydrate.
ものだって言ったでしょ。先方もさ、その3人の戦い方を全部持ち合わせてるような感じだったんだ。
The way it's able to snipe me at range with pinpoint accuracy, even between the buildings. The way it's able to counter my close range attacks with insane speed using a machine that sucks at that range. And then there's the awful lag attacks that Hanasono utilized. It's almost like the three cheaters have possessed this thing. It's both kinda nostalgic and disgusting all at once.
感覚で分かったよ。この CPU はあのチーター3人と同じだってね。逆に言えばあのチーター3人の方も CPU だったかもっていう気がする。本人は何ヶ月も前に死んでたけど、オンライン上での連中のキャラはあくまで CPU だからなおも対戦を続けてられた。
だったらチート解析ツールにそう結果が出たはず。
結局どうなったのか聞いてなかったけど、チーター連中が死んでたって話でその後どうなったんだっけ？
続報はなし。警察も真面目に取り合ってくれないってチューチュー安政が言ってた。
チーターを装って連中のアカウントを使ってたやつと今回の RI 社のサーバーノット違反は同一人物かもしれない。きっとキルバラのことをかなり詳しく知ってるやつだ。ま、そっちのことは別にどうでもいいけどね。
先輩、それはツンデレのつもりですか？
いや、本当にどうでもいい。
This is Frau's problem. It's not something I can solve or fix.
でもさ、キルバラに関しちゃ全一を目指す人間として負けたままじゃいられないんだよね。
先輩、
ちょっと本気でこの高ソブってやつと勝負していいかな、モナちゃん。
高ソブ？
Takasono Lee 2019. I cut it down to Takasob because we're going to make this sob. Apparently it's totally fine to challenge Takasob over and over again. There's no penalty for losing. Bastard sure seems confident in their little creation. I can feel myself getting annoyed. More reason not to
こい
lose.
つの目的が何なのか知らないけど、あんまり俺を怒らせると痛い目を見るって思い知らせてあげないとね。
If a goddamn CPU thinks it's got one over on me, think again. From the 17th floor office, I can clearly see pillars of smoke rising up from within the city. Here in Aoyama, we got a front row seat to Shibuya's incredible restoration over the last 10 years. On the right side stands a forest of Shinjuku buildings. There are several pillars of smoke rising from that area as well. It's entirely possible that people are rioting at the bottom of those buildings now that laws mean nothing. It's complete savagery, and it's terrifying. I can't believe that a major megalopolis like Tokyo can turn into this after just a day of power outage. Luckily, Exoskeleton HQ is equipped with its own generator, so it was able to recover fairly quickly. That said, smaller electrical devices are still useless. The prototype test hugs have all been destroyed because they weren't equipped with anti-solar disturbance tech. Most hugs on the market have them, so there hasn't been any major trouble just yet. The office is quiet. Most of my colleagues in the hug testing department had left in the morning, wanting to get home even if it meant walking. I tried to talk them out of it, but they didn't listen. Fools. Are they that desperate to go home? Is this something I would understand if I was married with children? Regardless, I probably wouldn't go outside for any reason. It's too dangerous right now. I, of all people, understand this.
何か見えるか
Silently, Sawada, the department head, appears next to me. He keeps his eyes pointed down at the scene playing out below us. He's also taking shelter here.
新宿の方で火災が。渋谷は驚くほど静かです。
渋谷には等身大ロボットが多数配置されていたが、だが目立った被害はない。街全体をシステムダウンさせて自閉症モードに入ったのかもしれん。21世紀都市の名は伊達ではないな。プロジェクトマルス。それでもここまでは予定通りだ。だがこれはまだ予行演習に過ぎない。本番は今ではないよ。
Just above Shibuya are a series of black spots, almost like stains, in the sky. 3 or 4 of them, actually. They're mainstream media helicopters flying about, desperately trying to relay Tokyo's current situation to the public. They look like flies circling a rotting carcass. I close my eyes to avoid looking at such a horrid sight. The broad cobalt blue sky of my home island comes to mind.
So, あと一歩なのに、なんだよそのチート技は。デタラメすぎでしょ。こっちがガチでやってんのになんで向こうだけチートなんだよ。だったらこっちもチート使わせろ。
I lose concentration as I vent at my phone droid. I grind my teeth. My fingertips are shaking a little. I don't know how long it's been since I started challenging Takasab. I've been playing him non-stop, but because the windows in the room are all closed up, my sense of time is busted. I check the clock and see that's 2 a.m. Wasn't expecting that. Guess I'm skipping school tomorrow. I won't be misled. I already learned that from the final episode. I will believe and wait. If you could please, if you could use Irie for anything, what would you do? Would you use me for pleasure? I would make you my girlfriend.
12時間近くぶっ通してやって一度も勝てずかよ。
This has never happened before, and quite frankly, it's embarrassing. Exactly how many consecutive losses am I at now? I've never experienced anything like this. I want to just let myself explode. I mobilized every bit of FG skill and knowledge I have in order to break his guard, but I just can't win. Takasab has no openings. He doesn't make any kind of input errors, and mind games don't work on him. No matter how much I back him into a corner, he never panics and makes a mistake. If I try to keep my distance, he chips away at me with constant long-range fire. Get too close and he has godlike reaction speeds. My only real option is to trade hits with him. So I always get super close to winning, one step away. But that one step feels impossibly far. It feels like I'm getting the upper hand, but I just can't seal the deal. The thing I hate about Takasab is that he'll start using a really cheap ult move once his health gets low. A move that doesn't exist in KB. The move only takes a single frame. It's a high-speed snipe attack that lacks any startup motion. Plus, the move has a 1 frame recovery time too, which means he can fire one shot every 2 frames. Nowhere to run. Firing once every 2 frames is strictly theoretical. It should be impossible for a human to make inputs at that speed. But my opponent is a cheating CPU. It has no physical limitations. Hell, it even has perfect aim. Once activated, there's nowhere to run. Continuously guarding just makes me open to chip damage and eventually death. No matter how much life I take away from him, he always finishes the round like this. What should I do? I have no other cards to deal. I hold my head and click my tongue. What can I do? What are my options? Think. Come up with something. No matter how much I struggle to find an answer, my mind draws blanks. Me, of all people, can't figure out a way to put him down.
私も何度か挑戦してみたけど
Frau is staring at her computer screen as she speaks to me. Frau has decided to find the person who framed
あ
her.
んなんどうやっても勝てないでしょ上皇ただこっちもチート使おうとするとバグるらしい
バグる
Another one of her specialized terms, I take it. As usual, I choose to ignore her. Regardless, it sounds like cheats aren't going to work. I have to fight fair. But is there any chance of winning against an opponent I can't score a single victory over in the course of 12 hours? I'm going to have to take drastic measures to take this SOB down. Drastic measures. There is one way, a way I personally don't want to rely on, but if I use it, it'll be like I'm cheating even though I'm technically not. And I'll be able to react to Takasab's ult. I really don't want to use it. It's something awful that I wish I could be free of almost every single day of my life. But I also feel just as strongly about putting down this shitty CPU.
コナちゃん、東京の状況って何か変化あった？
完全復旧はまだだおでも一部で復旧し始めてる東京にいる人もスイポとかアットチャンネルで発言するようになってきたしおかげで RI 社のサーバー乗っ取りがこれまで以上に大きな話題になりつつあるわな早くしないとここに警察来るかも
Frau's identity and location are both common knowledge. It would make sense for the cops to show up.
そもそも犯人はロボットを暴走させて何をしたいんだろう。しかもコナちゃんを犯人にまで仕立て上げて。
Or could someone be warning us not to get involved any further with the Kimijima reports?
君島レポートのことは忘れて。これ以上探してはいけないわ。
It's entirely possible. Everything written in the Kimijima reports is coming true. I need to assume that everything he wrote is legit. Project Mars. If this is what's occurring in Tokyo right now, then Project Adam might also be underway in parallel.
やれることはやるべきだよな。
As someone who has collected all the reports up until now,
やれることってなんぞ。
高祖父を倒す方法はあるってことさ。
方法って。
スローモンを使う。
as horrible as my attacks are, they can also be weaponized. If it was that very same attack that saved our butts during Robo 1. As painful as they are, and as much as I would prefer to avoid them, relying on them is my only option right now.
でもあれ、任意で使えないって。
ああ、任意じゃ使えないよ。でも今回に関しては高祖父が24時間いつでも何度でもチャレンジ OK だからね。やりようはある。要はひたすら自分を追い込めばいいんだ。
Because of these attacks of mine, I have to avoid vigorous exercise of any kind. In other words, strenuous physical activity and exhaustion often result in me getting an attack.
とりあえずちょっと外走ってくるよ。
From here on out, no sleeping until the bomb goes off. No eating or drinking either. This way I can corner myself into an intentional attack. Frau looks at me
なん
dumbfounded.
でそこまでしてくれるん。発作起きると苦しいって言ってたのに。もしかして私のため。
勝ちたいからだよ。
Since it sounds like she's misunderstanding things, I explain to her as clearly as I can.
別にコナちゃんのためじゃない。
ツンデレ。
知らないよ。コナちゃんはコナちゃん自身で問題解決しちゃってよ。俺はさ、このクソチート CPU に勝ちたいだけさ。世界ランク2位のプライドにかけてね。こいつを倒さないと全一になった時にもすっきりできないでしょ。
なんという格ゲーバカ。そこはお前のために決まってんだろって言うべきだろ、上皇。だがそれがいい。
Frau says with a smile on her face for some reason. Frau's arm constricts around my neck. I can't breathe. My neck is being crushed. My consciousness fades.
当ててんのよ。当ててんのよ。
I can only barely hear Frau's voice. My breathing stops. At this rate, I'll really die. I squeeze out the last bit of strength I have left in order to tap Frau's arm around my neck. Frau immediately loosens the sleeper hold. I desperately gasp for air. Clearly, Frau is putting her all into the hold, as she too is out of breath.
女子に首絞められてどう思った？
死ぬかと思った。
Still no attack. I spread my body across the floor in an attempt to catch my breath. My whole body feels heavy. I can tell that the bomb is there inside of my chest, but no matter how much I abuse myself, the fuse stays unlit. This is actually my first time trying to force it to happen. Am I going about it the wrong way? I glance at the clock and discover that it's almost noon. I literally just spent the entire night torturing myself. What kind of punishment is this? I went for a half-hour jog in the middle of the night, the creepy red aurora illuminating the sky. I copied Frau and took an ice-cold bath. Sit-ups, push-ups. I might as well be a samurai at this point. Despite still being out of breath, I raised my body and challenged Takasob yet again. I'm getting hungry, and I'm sleepy. My head feels hollow, but I still somehow manage to keep moving my fingers around. My concentration is fading. I'm making more input errors than when I first began playing. I got pretty close to winning earlier, but now I'm just getting my ass kicked. I've beaten myself up pretty badly, but still no attacks, which means I haven't been able to win.
何時？
8時。
夜の。
夜の。
Frau has been with me the whole time, so her expression is as empty as mine. She occasionally shakes her body, probably because she's trying to stop herself from falling asleep. This is depressing. I blame it on this room's gloomy atmosphere. I didn't think that depriving myself of sunlight for this long would make me feel so unhealthy. No wonder the shut-ins of the world can't bring themselves to leave their caverns. The air is dirty too. I'm probably breathing in nothing but dust. Even the PC fan's low-frequency noise is starting to hurt my ears. At least the AC is finally off thanks to my complaints. Frau apparently prefers the cold because her senses are sharper when it's chilly. I had her finally bend when she saw how my hands were so frozen that I was making input
ていう
errors.
かさ、コナちゃん。昨日からずっとその服だよね。
Frau still wearing her loose-fitting camisole and short shorts.
いつから私が同じ服を着続けていると錯覚していた。
着替えたの？
着替えてない。
Then I'm not hallucinating.
だが先輩には人のことは言えませんぞ。
ああ、俺も着替えてないね。ていうかコナちゃん、髪とか臭そう。
お風呂に入らなくてももう問題ないのだぜ。それが引きこもりの特権キリ。
水風呂には入るくせにね。
誰馬。
Since I've suffered through multiple cold baths in an attempt to trigger an attack, I'm actually pretty clean.
先輩、死にそうな顔してるわけだが、そんな装備で大丈夫か？
大丈夫じゃないよ。ちっともスローモンが発動しないしね。ここまで手こずるとは。
I figured triggering an attack would be easy as pie. I catch my breath. Either way, now that my concentration is busted, even if I did trigger slow-mo, I would lose.
先輩。
Frau's watching the news or something on her phone droid as she grabs my arm and shakes me.
東京の停電完全復旧は明日も午前中だって。
その辺がタイムリミットか。
Guess I'll take another cold bath and try to get my focus up. The tub is still filled to the brim with water. I don't have the time to consider whether or not Frau is watching. I strip naked and drag myself into the bathroom. The second I hop into the tub, I immediately hop back out.
冷てえ
And just like that, I'm wide awake. After hastily wiping myself down with a towel, I head back to the room. The TV isn't working. Is this from the solar disturbance? Can't watch the news like this. Didn't think this island would be affected too. My phone droid isn't working well. Apps keep crashing, but I guess it's better than others. There might be people that had their phone droid break in Tokyo.
これはけしからん。
おいおい、堂々とガン見しないように。
If she keeps looking at me, even I'm going to get embarrassed. I hurriedly toss my clothes back on, but I'm still crazy cold.
できればもう少しヌードを見ていたかった。鎖骨を重点的に。つくづくロボ部のメガネがいないことが悔やまれる。
変態視点はやめなって。
Does this girl have no shame? Wait a sec. If she has no problem staring at me naked, does that mean she's already been to home base? But then I remembered that she was going on about being a virgin just the other day.
トナちゃんってさ、処女だっけ？
イグザクトリー。その通りでございます。
その割には堂々としすぎでしょ。
オケが男子の裸など薄い本で散々見慣れておるわ。キリ。
I have no idea what a thin book is, but I get the feeling it's something
って
dirty.
いうか、そっち何か手がかりはつかめたわけ？
全然。
あ、そう。
でも絶対に見つけてやる。
そういえばさ、前にとあるハッカーの話本で読んだことがあるんだけど、どんな鉄壁のセキュリティでも破れる極めつきの方法があるんだよね。
その話詳しく。
それは別にすごいハッキングプログラムとかそんなものじゃない。難しい技術も必要ない。ある意味で誰でも実行可能な方法だ。それはね、その鉄壁のセキュリティを作った人間に接近してパスワードを教えてもらうこと。
Basically, you get close to them as a friend or a lover or even a business partner. The closer you are to them, the more often you'll be invited into situations where they'll let their guard down.
案外アナログな方法でしょ。結局さ、どれだけすごいセキュリティでもそれを作った人間ってのは必ずいるわけで、その人間自体はミスもする、うっかりだってある。そっちを責める方がよっぽど楽なわけ。
その発想はなかったわ。でももしそうだとしたらそんなの。
Frau frowns and sprawls herself out on the sofa. She holds her head and buries her face into a pillow. I hope my little story serves as some kind of hint for her. At the end of the day, finding the culprit is on her. I'll do what I can. Tomorrow morning is our deadline. Come hell or high water, I have to trigger slow-mo by then. With a newfound resolve, I pick up my phone droid. My eyes are hazy. I can't see my phone droid screen very well. How long have I been awake now? I haven't checked the time in a while. Looking at the clock makes me anxious and affects my focus. I have to be ready for slow-mo to trigger at any moment. My body has clearly surpassed its limits. I can definitely feel the bomb deep inside of me, but all I can do now is wait. My back feels heavy, which is because Frau is sitting back to back with me. It's kind of annoying. and I want to shake her off, but I'm also leaning against her, so whatever. I can feel Frau's slow-paced breathing through her slender back. The rhythm isn't altogether unpleasant. But man, my body itches. I've been taking cold baths every now and then, but I still haven't properly bathed. Plus, my battles with Takasab require my complete focus. So I end up covered in sweat even though the room isn't particularly hot. We're just a couple of sweaty teens sitting for hours upon hours in a dark, dirty, abandoned room. We're totally degenerates. In reality, all we're doing is playing games. How many times have I lost? I'm pretty sure the number has at least 3 digits. I'm becoming numb. I don't even feel defeated after losing. I restart the battle like it's some mindless task. Not that I wasn't already aware of it. With my body so far gone and the hours I've spent in this dark room, my sense of urgency is fading. All 5 of my senses are fading.
嘘だ
Frau suddenly yells out loud. I can feel her back trembling through my skin. I snap back to attention. Was I about to fall asleep just now? Super not good. I slap my cheeks as hard as I can to reinvigorate myself. Frau's no longer leaning against me. I turn to see her pacing back and forth across the room.
クソがなんでこんなことに
どうかした？
なんでなの意味不思議そんなのってないよ平壁しちゃうよありえない絶対何かの間違い
She's deliriously talking to herself. This must be a pretty big deal.
コナちゃん
Frau's body jerks after I yell at her.
どうしたのさ？
先輩先輩
Tears descend down her cheeks.
私をはめたのが誰か把握した
犯人が分かったってこと？
分かったけどでもこんなの嘘だよだってこんな
何者だったわけ？
Frau seems reluctant to say anything. She looks down, avoiding eye contact with me.
信じたくないもしガチだったら裏切りだろ上皇
Alright, I have a pretty good idea of who it is.
身内だったってところ？
Frau raises her face. She stares at me as if she's clinging to me with every fiber of her being.
正解？
She quickly nods her head.
サークルの仲間ハンドルネームはマグヤン
サークルってキルバラを開発したサークル？
そうフラウコージロファクトリー
Including Frau, there are 5 members of the factory. They all got to know each other in an online community about gun barrel. All 5 of them vary in age and gender. Back then, Frau proposed utilizing their skills to make a game. That's how the massive hit, KB, was
マ
born.
グヤンは私のプログラムのサポートっつうか5人の中じゃ一番おとなしい人だったのに
連絡はつかないの？
昨日他のメンバーからは無事だって連絡来たけどマグヤンだけは来てない
こっちから連絡してみればいい。
でも
コナちゃんの大事なガンバレルを怪我した犯人かもしれないわけだけど、スルーするつもり？
She flips her hood on, almost as if she's trying to flee from reality.
まだ犯人って決まったわけじゃ。
でも証拠は手に入れた。そうでしょ。
状況証拠だけ。マグヤン以外の仲間から話聞いたりして。さっき先輩が言ってたセキュリティを破るための簡単な方法。それ聞いて私のツイポのアカウントとか知ってるのはサークルの身内じゃないかって。でもまさか本当にそうだったなんて。
連絡しなよ。
だって私コミュ障だし、何話していいか。
Calm shy, internet slang short for communication shy, used to refer to people who cannot speak well to others.
じゃあ好きにすればいい。でもそのマグヤンって人は犯人かもしれないけど犯人じゃないかもしれないんでしょ。どっちなのか確かめる必要はあると思うけどね。
電話してみる。
Nearly in tears, Frau pulls out her phone droid.
ポゼッタタン、マグヤンに電話して。
はい、電話いたしますね。
The phone droid's screen changes over, but no matter how long she stays connected, nobody answers.
やっぱり出ない。
I look at the clock. It's 3 a.m. I suppose most people wouldn't answer at this hour.
逃げたんじゃね。
She asks like she's trying to get a feel for my mood. Frau sounds like she hopes he's fled, but as if to sneer at her wishful thinking. After about a minute of staying on the line, the call connects. A severely underweight man appears on her screen. Where is he? It looks super dark over there. Is he in a car?
マグヤン。
いやあ、フラウちゃん。
前はちょっと太ってたくらいなのに。まるで別人じゃね。
僕のところに電話してきたっていうことは気づいたんだね。そうだよ。僕が RI 社のサーバーに鍵をかけた。そして君の仕業に見せかけるためにツイポのアカウントを乗っ取った。
Hey now, I didn't think he would just admit to it so easily. I didn't see that coming.
どうして？
チーター3人が死んだ後もオンライン上にいたのもあんたの仕業？
君は？
俺のことはどうでもいいでしょ。
そうだ。あのチーター3人は僕が作ったボットだ。
あんたのせいで俺はずっとランキング5位に甘んじてたってわけだ。チート検索ツールがことごとく空振りだったのは？
あのツールを作ったのは僕だ。細工なんて簡単にできる。
Well, that clears that up. And here I was doing battle with those assholes for real. I'm one hell of a dummy. I don't like this. Frau gently grabs my hand without warning. Surprised, I glance at Frau only to find her eyes affixed to the screen. Even I'm not so cruel as to shake off her hand at a time like this. Frau, after taking a short breath, mumbles out her words.
殺したの。あのチーター3人の中の人。マグヤンが殺した。
殺してない。
今さらそこだけ嘘ついたって意味ないんじゃない？
本当なんだ。誓って。僕
だったら誰なん？
きっと僕を脅してた奴らだ。僕はそいつらに妻と子供を人質に取られて、殺されたくなかったら言われた通りにしろって。
単独犯じゃないってこと？その脅してた連中って何者？
わからない。一度も会ったことはないんだ。でも妻と子供はもう半年以上帰ってきてない。僕だってわけがわからなかったんだよ。でもやらないと家族がって思ったら。
An unpleasant thought crosses my mind. A conspiracy. In his quest to reveal a conspiracy to the world, Ko Kimijima fled to Tanegashima, all the while fleeing from the Tavistock Institute. But eventually, someone finally murdered him. Frau's mom, Minami Kogori, tried to stop an anime from being used as a propaganda tool and was forced to flee. She's been missing for 4 years. The Gun Barrel anime staff who tried to save Minami Kogori were ruthlessly murdered.
タビストック研究所か300人委員会っていう名前を聞いたことは？
言えない。
What's that supposed to mean?
奴らのことを話せば家族の命がないんだ。
Maguian's face goes pale. I guess that's a good enough answer. He's basically saying yes.
僕はただ言われた通りにしただけだ。脅されて手伝わされたんだ。
Maguian mumbles as if to comfort himself.
RI 社の OS を乗っ取ってロボットを暴走させてるのも、チーターたちを殺したのも僕じゃない。信じてくれ。
Frau hangs her head as her lips quiver.
あんたの事情は今はどうでもいいんだけどさ、鍵をあんたの方で開けてくれたりはしないよね、どうせ。
無理だ。それをすれば家族が殺される。
いいよ、そっちは俺が何とかするんで。
Though I'm not actually sure whether I'll be able to pull it off or not.
あんたを脅してた連中の目的ってなんだろうね。ロボットを暴走させて何がしたいんだろう。
最終的には東京の干潮車を狙うらしい。停電から復旧する前にそこを攻撃して、さらに首都機能の麻痺状態を継続させるって。
あんたを脅してる連中がそう言ってた。
言ってたわけじゃないけど、干潮車を狙うように指示されたんだ。霞ヶ関や永田町に集まりつつあるよ。停電の完全復旧が明日の午前中らしいから、それまでには攻撃が始まるはず。
そういうことはバラしても平気なわけ？
もう止められない。混乱してる今の東京じゃ警察も対処できないはず。
Things are more dire than I thought. But it all doesn't quite seem real to me through the monitor screen.
じゃあやっぱり高そぶ狩りのタイムリミットは停電復旧前までか。
あの鍵は破れない。僕の作った3体のボットで今のリーダーボード上位連中のデータを半年も取り続けたんだ。どんなパターンにも対応できる。
So, those bots were just stepping stones for Takasov.
それでも勝ってみせるよ。こんなところでつまずいてたら全員一には一生なれないんでね。
無駄な努力だよ。
マグヤン、なんで私たちなんだろう。 マグヤを脅してた人たちが私たちに目をつけたのってなんでかなって。私たち何かした？
私たちじゃない。あいつらが目をつけたのはフラウちゃん一人だ。手紙にそう書いてあったんだ。僕の家族を殺すつもりはないって。ただ心に見な娘には犠牲になってもらうって。
まさかそいつらがママのことを。ねえ、もっと詳しく教えて。
それ以上のことはわからない。わからないんだ。
嘘！何か知ってんだろ！ママのこと教えろよ！このカスが出なきゃ死ね！したかんで死ね！すまないじゃねえですし、ママはどこにいるんだよ！ねえ、どこに！
コナちゃん、落ち着いて。
As soon as I grab her shoulders and call out to her, she settles down. Her shoulders are trembling. Frau wipes her tears and squeezes out the last few words she can muster.
マグヤン、最後に一つ聞かせて。マグヤンって結婚してたっけ？
は？
I tilt my head along with Maguyan. What in the world does this have to do with anything?
半年前にオフで話した時は、マグヤンと童貞だって、二次元にしか興味ないって言ってたような。いつ結婚したん？子供はいつ生まれたん？オンの付き合いばっかだったから、私が知らなかっただけ。
Maguyan is acting strangely. His eyes are unstable. His forehead is covered with sweat. Finally, he frowns and holds his head.
僕はでもあれ妻はいるよ。子供だって。ほら、僕の子は元気な女の子で。いや、違う。男の子。名前は春に生まれたからって、それにちなんで春香って。違う。春香は魔法少女閣下様のヒロインで。そもそも僕の子供は男の子。
Magical Girl Excellency, a TV anime series that aired from April to September of 2018. A fantasy romantic comedy where a super sadistic girl transforms into a magical girl and gains followers with lavish praise on her. A cultic anime loved by devout followers due to the heroine being so refreshingly black-hearted.
あれ変だな。そうか。疲れてるんだ。そりゃそうだ。疲れもするよ。
Has he totally lost it?
とにかく、そういうわけなんだ。ごめんね、フラウちゃん。僕の役目は終わった。朝になったら飛行機でフィリピンに飛ぶんだ。そこで妻と子供と再会できるって言われた。成田は停電で閉鎖しちゃってるから、関空までの移動で今日までかかっちゃったけど、本当にすまない。許してくれとは言わないよ。それじゃ。
And just like that, the call is over. What was that just now? There was something extremely unsettling and scary about all of that. The word brainwash comes to mind. The Tavistock Institute specialty. What if What if he was being brainwashed to think that he had a wife and kid that never really existed? I can't even imagine what it must feel like to be Maguyan right now. I'm covered in cold sweat just from thinking about it. Frau laughs like she always does.
ありのまま今起こったことを話すぜ。マグヤンは仲間だと思っていたら敵だった。何を言っているかわからねえと思うが、私にも何をされたのかわからなかった。犯人わかったのに何の救いにもならないっつうか。
Frau's hand, still holding onto my fingers, tightens.
まんまと裏切られるなんて、こんなことなら誰も信じなければよかった。引きこもりは引きこもりらしくずっと一人でいればよかった。ママだってどうせもう予感はだいぶ前からしてたっつうか、この島が最後の望みみたいな感じだったわけだが、結局あの警告メッセージでとどめ刺されたみたいなところはあるし、引っ越してきた意味あんまりなかった。ぼっちオツ。
そうやって自分を卑下してるだけなら楽だろうね。
先輩。
でもちょっと残念だな。東京での仲間に裏切られたらそれで孤独だと思っちゃうなんてね。
Frau's hand is still wrapped around my fingers. I hold on tightly to her hand.
アキちゃんに言わせればコナちゃんはロボ部の一員であってもうすでに仲間なんだよね。だからさ、勝手に自分を一人ぼっちだと思わないでくれないかな。そう思いたいならまずロボ部をやめてもらわないと。どうせアキちゃんに言ったら全力で反対するだろうけど。
ロボ部。
それとなんかすっかり諦めムードに浸っちゃってるところ悪いけど、俺はまだ高祖部との勝負を諦めたわけじゃないんで、勝手に終わられたら困るよ。
でももう私の素性とか頑張れるのスタッフが死んだこととか全部さらされちゃってるし、今さらあのチート CPU に勝ったって一度拡散した私の疑いは晴れるわけじゃないし。
だから何？最初に言ったよね俺。別にコナちゃんのために勝負してるんじゃないって。俺はこのクソチート CPU に勝ちたいからやってるんだよ。
And with that, I let go of her hand. Break time's over. We've got another 7 to 8 hours left before time's up. I'm going to settle this before then. If I can defeat him, victory is mine. But if I can't, they win. I sure sounded cool, but I've yet to trigger an attack, and our time's running out. My body has just about hit its limit. I might pass out before I'm able to trigger an attack at this rate, which would render me totally useless. After all the bodily harm I've done to myself, that would really suck. But here's the thing. At this point, an attack could realistically happen at any time now. Frau is squatting in the corner of the room with her head held down. She's not sleeping, as I can hear her sniffling every now and then. I get it. She's still dealing with the shock of being betrayed by someone she trusted. I should leave her alone for now. I lost again. I strike the screen with my finger. I'd rather toss my phone droid to the floor, but that would crack the screen, so I resist the urge. I'm so close. What do I need to do to corner myself?
なんで
Frau breaks her silence after a few hours. Is she feeling a little better?
なんで私は引きこもりになったと思う
Well, that came out of nowhere.
さあ、人付き合いが苦手だから、それとも母親が失踪したから。
Come to think of it, I don't even know how long she's been a shut-in. What was her life like in Tokyo?
残念正解はキルバラ作るためママがいなくなって頑張れるがあんな終わり方してそれでオワコンになってくのが怖かった
Dead content, internet slang originally used for things that were popular once but have lost popularity. However, nowadays the line has grown fuzzy and haters use it to mock any content.
頑張れるがみんなから忘れられたらママも忘れられた存在になっちゃうってだから頑張れるを題材にゲーム作ろうって思ってなんでゲームなのかっつうと単に私がプログラムが得意だったからって理由なわけだわでも適当に作ったらきっと頑張れるのアニメほどは流行らないしかといって時間かけて作ってたらその間にオワコンになっちゃうから学校行ってる暇も惜しかったわけで気づいたら引きこもりをしていた催眠術とか超スピードとかそんなチャチなもんじゃ断じてねまあもともとコミュ障気味のぼっちだったからスムーズに引きこもれたのだぜ
Is that supposed to be a good thing?
先輩はキルバラ好き
まあね、よくできたゲームだよ。俺は頑張れるそのものには興味なかったりするんだ。キルバラは純粋にゲームとして楽しんでる。
The main reason I made it to my main game is because I have someone I want to beat.
トークス
あ？
ト
なんだって？
オツ
聞こえないよ。
ありがとう褒めてくれて
She says with a flustered look on her face.
好きって言ってくれて嬉しい
どういたしまして。
ちなみに攻めと受けならどっちが好き
キルバラの戦闘のことなら攻めだね。
おお攻めですかでもヤシオ先輩はむしろ受け異論は認める目が ガネとなら攻守交代 OK な感じだから夢が広がりんぐ。
She's grinning all of a sudden. I'm not going to think too hard about what's going through that head of hers.
少しは元気取り戻したみたいだね。
Frau then wipes the grin off her face and gets serious.
勝てる？
あと一歩が詰められない。あと少し自分の体をいじめられればおっさま起きそうな気がするんだよね。
いじめるだとごくり。
What in the world is she thinking?
SM グッズ貸します。
そんなの持ってるの？だとしたら俺本気でコナちゃんと縁を切るよ。
さすがに本物は持ってないよ。
偽物ならあるのかよ。
それに近いものなら。
Frau stands up with a grin on her face and starts shuffling through some boxes stacked in the corner of the room.
確かこの辺に入れといた気が。あ、来たー！
Wonderful. What kind of pervy toy does she have in store for me?
これ使っちゃいなよ。
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
And with that, she whips out some electric shock therapy equipment. It's like one of those electric massage kits you attach to your body to try and relax it.
これのどこが SM グッズ？
いじめるために使うならこれで十分なのだぜ。レベル最大で使えば激痛でヤシオ先輩大悶絶。薄暗い部屋に響く苦痛の声はやがて喜びの声へと変わり。
変わらないって。
This might just work. They've been rerunning old variety shows on TV lately, and on one of them I saw a comedian getting punished with one of these things.
ますます罰ゲームっぽくなってきたな。
I suppose since she went through the trouble of digging this out, I should at least give it a try. Though I might start making input errors after this because of the pain.
ではつけて信ぜよう。主に鎖骨あたりに。
Why does she look so happy? She looks more pleased than she did when I said I like KB.
どうせなら強烈なやつでいこう。
2 pads to my thighs, 2 on my butt, 1 on each of my upper arms, and 1 for each of my temples. No collarbone.
良い子のみんなは真似しないように。
じゃあタイミングを指示するからその時にスイッチオンでよろしく。レベルは最大ね。
I restart my fight with Takasab. As always, I carefully batter down their life bar, knowing full well that I'm going to be trading hits. Once their life bar turns red, I can sense them getting ready to use their ult.
スイッチオン。
And then my mind goes flying.
先輩起きて。この
My cheeks sting, and my body feels heavy. It's like I'm paralyzed or something. I think I might be pushing my luck. I slowly come to and open my eyes.
Oh. 何してんの？
先輩を起こそうとしてましたが何か。
なんで馬乗りになる必要があるんだよ。
だって 全身をビクンって痙攣させて倒れたから死んだかと思うだろう。常識的に考えて。
None of that explains why you're straddling me.
気絶したのか。やっぱりさ、こめかみにつけたのが間違いだったかな。
だけどでもガチでよかったお。
Frau lazily begins to lean her body atop of mine.
先輩が死んでたらまだ私も後を追って自殺してたレベル。
Frau rests her soft body atop of mine. I haven't been this close to a girl since I was a little kid. I always just assumed Frau's body temp was super low, but I was wrong. Her warmth seeps into my skin. It's a reminder that she's alive like I am. Damn it. Here I am imagining Frau naked.
性欲を持て余す。
いや、どうやらそんな気力もないらしい。
My exhaustion has reached its limit. I would say my current priorities are hunger over libido, sleep over sex. I'm so sleepy. I wish I would just fall asleep after passing out.
っていうかさ、コナちゃん。どいてくれない？
だが断る。
Why?
お願い、少しだけこのままで話聞いてほしい。
コナちゃん臭いんだけど。
先輩もな。
What does she want from me?
ガンバレルは、私にとって大事な、とっても大事な作品なんだをママが残してくれた。ママの思いが詰まった大事な作品。自分で作ったキルバラを叩かれるのは痛くも痒くもないし、自分のこと叩かれるのも嫌だけど別に平気。でもママとガンバレルが叩かれるのは耐えられない。なのに最終話が流出して、この前ママのメッセージが出てきて、アグヤンにはめられて私がテロ犯になっちゃって、そのせいでママまで犯人扱いされて怪我されちゃう。頑張れるとママがどんどん怪我されていく。先輩、頑張れるはもう一度輝けるかな。ここまでボロボロにされて、ひどいレッテル貼られて、きっとたくさんの人がファンやめちゃったはず。ここからもう一度頑張れるを輝かせることはできるのかな。
さあね。少なくとも俺たちがどう頑張ったって全盛期の輝きを取り戻すのは無理でしょう。でも俺たちができる範囲で一からコツコツとやっていけばいいんじゃない？そうだな。例えば手始めにロボ部の2号機を万博に出展させるとかさ。
ロボ部、
あれだってガンバレルがモデルになってるわけだしね。そんなわけで前から頼んでたけど コナちゃんも参加してよ。そこから始めればいい。お母さんは正しかったっていつか分かってもらえる日が来るまでね。ちなみに今の俺はコナちゃんのお母さんが正しかったって信じてるんで。
Considering the myriad of parallels with the Kimijima reports, I can't just write it off as a conspiracy theory anymore.
さっきこの島に引っ越してきた意味あんまりなかったと言ったな。あれは嘘だ。だってヤシオ先輩に会えたから。この島に来てよかった。
別に俺はコナちゃんのために何もしてないけどね。
放置プレイも我々の業界ではご褒美です。
What industry is she talking about?
というわけで鎖骨を見せろ。
嫌だよ。コナちゃんは我が道を突き進みすぎだよ。
I take a deep breath, then lightly push Frau away and sit up.
休憩は終わりだ。タイムリミットまでもう時間もない。
ヤシオ先輩、勝って。私のためでもママのためでもなくていい。あんなクソチート CPU に負けないで。
ああ。
That was always the plan. We decided to keep using the shock therapy equipment, except now we're making sure not to attach any pads to my temples. At maximum output, my thighs, butt, and arms alone are enough to cause my whole body to convulse. This has a negative effect on my ability to play, so we dropped the output down a little. All that's left now is for Frau to intermittently shock me while I play. Thanks to the intensity of the sensation, I've stopped feeling the burning pain around my thighs. I can't breathe. No matter how desperately I try to breathe, my body won't move like I want it to.
先輩、すごく弱ってる。もうこれ以上は。
いや、やめなくていい。合図したらスイッチを押すんだ。
だってなんか死にそうな顔してるし。
もうすぐタイムリミットでしょ。休んでる暇はないよ。
It's entirely possible that the RI robots are gathered outside of the government building right now. I haven't been watching the news, so I don't know for sure, but I do know that we're out of time, which is why...
暇だ。
Excruciating pain ensues. I clench my teeth to hold on to my consciousness. Focus. Don't let the pain get the best of you. Another loss. How many times is this? And my slow-mo is nowhere to be found. But even then...
もうやめるべきじゃね。先輩は十分やったし。
十分。一生もできてないのに十分もクソもないでしょ。それに感じるんだ。
感じる。ついにド M の血が覚醒を。
じゃなくて爆弾の導火線にさ、ようやく火がついたみたいだ。
And that fuse belongs to the bomb like something deep inside of my chest. Once it explodes, I'll get an attack. After years and years of struggling with my condition, I have a pretty good idea of when the fuse is lit. It tells me when an attack is on the way. Consider it a sort of homemade detection system I came up with.
次だ。
I swallow my breath. My throat is dry as hell, but I opt not to drink any water.
次で起きる。
わかるん？
なんとなくね。
I've done all sorts of awful things to my body to get here. If I don't have an attack, I'm going to be pissed. If anything, it's taken way too long. I massage my eyeballs over my eyelids, and while I'm at it, I loosen up my fingers. I'm actually kind of impressed by how messed up I am, but that's enough. It's time for me to strike back.
じゃあ、始めよう。
It's then that a violent knocking sound shoots through the room.
古郡さん、古郡さん、いるんでしょ？開けてください。警察です。
警察。先輩、どうしよう。
I guess the authorities have finally arrived to question Frau about the whole OS hack thing. Talk about shitty timing. Couldn't they wait 10 minutes?
ちょっと東京でのことについてお話聞かせてもらえませんか？もしもし。
出た方がいい？
If we make them wait too long, things will just get worse. I doubt they're going to break in, but we also don't want to give them the wrong impression.
5分待ってもらえばそれでいい。
I'm sure the bomb will go off before then. Frau heads toward the door.
着替えるから5分だけ待って。
While Frau buys me some time, I initiate my final battle with Takasab. My strategy now is the same as before, offense. And once Takasab's HP starts to glow red, they're going to come at me with their BS ult. If I can manage to trigger slow-mo at that exact time, they're finished. The round begins. I manage to read and dodge their long-range sniper attacks, closing the distance between us. The real match begins once I'm in melee range. No matter how I try to break their guard, they manage to react quickly and respond. So instead I aim for trades using moves with large hitboxes. The only reason this suicidal strat works is because Sniper is a ranged fighter, plus I have faith. No matter how superhuman Takasab's reaction speed is, Sniper's close-range capabilities are limited. Gun Barrel, on the other hand, is designed around up-close and personal combat. Trading hits requires hyper-accurate timing, but I've gotten that down after playing hundreds of rounds. It's been a while since I was able to focus like this. The police and their little visit help to raise the tension. My heart starts beating faster as the battle continues. I'm all fired up. My sense of exhaustion turns to pleasure. Wait, hold on. It's too soon. This is the wrong timing. Please just wait a little while longer. Staying focused on the game, I clenched my teeth in an attempt to keep my attack at bay. And then... sound disappears. Time slows. My body, once warm and riled up from all the excitement, is suddenly dropping in temperature. It's like the acid in my stomach is boiling, coming up and melting my esophagus. My blood is frozen. I have to endure this everlasting 3 seconds of hell without taking a single breath. The problem is that it physically feels like 30 seconds for me. My mind is clear as day, so I mentally kick the can. It's too early. We didn't even need the shock equipment for this. I glanced down at my phone droid's screen. Takasob's life gauge hasn't turned red yet. This is bad. Slow-mo only lasts for 3 seconds in real time. Now that it's active, it won't line up with the timing when they use their ult. God damn it. Slowly and mercilessly, time continues to march forward, but I can't sit here and stew in my regret. As I do my best to withstand the intense pain, I input as many attacks as I can while slow-mo is active. I have to surpass the limits of KB as a game. I need reaction speeds on par or even greater than this cheater of a CPU. My light punch whiffs. I perform a 1-frame cancel and connect into a combo. This is the first time that one of my combos successfully connected with Takasob. If only I could have KO'd them then and there. But alas, it's not enough. Takasob still has life left. One more clean hit will do them in, which means their life gauge is glowing red. Damn it. That's all they have left. The air loses its viscosity. I gasp loudly, seeking to fill my lungs. The pain doesn't immediately leave me. My entire body feels listless. I can barely move a single finger, and I'm only just managing to stay upright. Actually, I'm about to fall over. I squeeze out my last words, but my voice is so quiet that it feels like it might vanish at any moment. Nonetheless, I've managed to communicate my will. Frau immediately embraces me from behind, and just like that, I'm able to maintain my posture. However, the impact of slow-mo coming to an end caused me to look away from the screen for a split second. It was a fatal mistake. My gun barrel Takasob's sniper. Takasob executes a backstep, putting distance between the two machines. He's out of gun barrel's range. This is Sniger's ult range. At this rate, I'm going to lose. If I let this chance go, there is no next time. I can only assume that our hearts are connected. The second I yell, Frau's hands are already on the shock therapy controller, and without any hesitation, she presses the button. I've never triggered attacks consecutively before, so this is a gamble. I'm pretty done with this whole self-harm thing, to be perfectly honest. So just listen to me for once, you goddamn brain-dead body. I'm in. Another 30 seconds of slow motion. That's a total of a minute, complete with a break in between. I have no idea what's going to happen to me. Can my body handle this? Am I going to choke to death, faint? Only God knows. But none of that matters right now. My body is finally listening to me. Time to master this awful ailment once and for all. Takasob's ult has already been activated. A 1-frame sniper attack at point-blank range. Sniper fires a needle-like bullet at me. I evade the first shot with amazing accuracy. At that point, the second shot has already been fired, and I can see it. Normally, I wouldn't be able to see the trajectory of the bullet, but now I can, clear as day. I can slip through the bullet if I use a move that gives me 1 frame of invincibility. It would be their 1 frame versus mine. One mistake and it's all over. I managed to dodge a total of 14 shots before closing the distance between us. My light punch just barely grazes them. Takasob couldn't guard it. And with that, the match is settled. As long as the light punch connects, I have about 6 different combo routes at my disposal. No matter which I pick, even a single hit will be enough to end them. So what do I go with? Obviously the most difficult and timing sensitive combo. Let a man style on his opponent, okay? In this gentle, lonely, and slow passage of time, it takes little effort to input the commands. It's time for a little bit of payback after losing hundreds of times. Once I input the combo, ensuring my victory, my consciousness flows back into the present. The lock should be gone now. Frau should be able to handle the rest. So how about I take a little rest? After all that torture, I managed to trigger 2 consecutive attacks. I'm dead tired. I can't go any further. I don't even have the energy left to open my eyes.
先輩無茶しやがってありがとう。おつ
Is it just me, or did something soft touch my lips? My consciousness sinks into the white void before I can get an answer. I ride along the familiar interstate road on my scooter. Thanks to the nice weather, the wind isn't so chilly today. Akiho is riding in front of me, the hem of her skirt waving in the wind. As always, I wonder how she manages to prevent that thing from flying all over the place. I feel heavy. Even driving my scooter sucks. I haven't recovered yet. It's been almost a week since I stayed at Frau's place for 2 nights, grinding away at KB without sleeping. I haven't been to school since then. I had to skip when I was over at her place, so it's been 8 days since I last showed up. As expected, 2 consecutive slow-mo attacks in a row were a bit too heavy for me to handle. I've never done anything like that before. For 2 days after, I couldn't even stand up on my own. I was a mess. On top of that, because I couldn't play KB online for a few days, my ranking dropped all the way to 4th place. Granted, it didn't take me long to climb back up to 2nd, but still. After everything went down, Frau told me how the incident wrapped up. After I broke through the lock, Frau went in and commanded all the robots to cease all functionality. And just like that, the Reach series was stopped before they could attack the government proper. At nearly the same time, power was restored all throughout Tokyo. The economic confusion from the incident is still an issue, but at least folks in Tokyo are back to their lives. After I passed out, the policeman who visited called an ambulance and had me taken to the hospital. As for Frau, well, the cops took her in and questioned her as a person of interest. She was swinging by the police station almost daily for a while, but at no point was she arrested. Folks online continued to discuss the terror of the Furugori family. Lots of people declared that they were quitting the gun barrel fandom, and the user numbers for KB dropped hard. But whatever, they're free to say what they want. The real truth resides elsewhere. Frau did really well, but though we avoided the worst case scenario, it's now clear to me that the Kimijima reports aren't a conspiracy theory. They're a clear and present threat. The Committee of 300 and the Tavistock Institute are secretly pushing their plan to eradicate humanity forward. Another large solar disturbance is slated to occur in the year 2020. I have a really bad feeling about this. But what am I supposed to do? How do I fix this?
ねえねえカイ。
This is the first time I've ever felt like I don't want to play KB. From Geiji Ni to Yashio-san, I've found someone who I want to introduce you, who seems perfect for your hobby. The person's name is Dash. He gets mad if you call him Super Haka, so please be careful. White bread. Grab the white bread. Put it in your mouth and wait at an intersection by the school gate. If you do that, a flag will go up and Frau Tan will win. I'll pick you up at your house. Been a while since we went to school. Let's go together. Of course, I mean I am your guardian. After parking her scooter, Akiho walks over with a grin.
今日放課後にロボクリニックに行かない？見てもらいたいものがあるんだ。
何？
ガンツク2の駆動システムのことでね、ようやく解決策が見えそうなの。
モノポール結局使うことにしたんだっけ？
こんなところで言っちゃダメだって。
Akiho looks around anxiously. After making sure nobody overheard us, she lets out a sigh of relief.
ドクがすっかり調子に乗っちゃって、いろいろプロトタイプを作ってくれてるんだ。カイにも見てもらいたくて。
俺が見ても意味ないと思うけど。
それでも見てよ。あれはカイが見つけたものなんだもん。あとはフラウボーがプログラムをやってくれたらな。
I suppose I could swing by the abandoned hotel today. She's probably locked in there like she always is. I pass through the front gate of the school, and just as I'm about to head for the classroom,
ヤシオ先輩来たこれ。
a familiar voice stops me, judging by the person's bizarre choice of words.
かっこいいイケメン男子かと思った。残念、フラウちゃんでした。
Frau dashes over after delivering her incomprehensible greeting.
フラウボー、どうして？いつも学校来ないのに。
どうも部長先輩。ちなみに部長先輩に聞きたいんですけど、なんでさも当然のようにヤシオ先輩の隣っていうここ恋人ポジションをキープしているのか。
え？恋？ポジ？
コナちゃんさ、朝っぱらからテンション高すぎ。ね、授業出ることにしたの？
授業というか、ロボ部の活動に出ることにしました。ヤシオ先輩が言ってくれたからそう決めたんだ。
She then wraps herself around my arm. She's being a little too touchy-feely for my tastes, but just as I'm about to shake her off, I realize something.
頑張れるをもう一度輝かせるために、私にできることをやっていこうって。
Frau's small hands are trembling. She had been a shut-in for who knows how many years. I can't even imagine how scary it must be for her to suddenly come back to school. And yet, despite her fear, Frau's doing her best to move forward with her head held high. Frau's true life is finally about to begin. Right here on this island where her mom lived, even if it was only for a short period of time. I know it's pretty late to be saying this, but...
コナちゃん、種子島へようこそ。 けた。
レポートナンバー3がダウンロードされましたよ。みそこ
水香さん、最近
もとも
いやでも
グランド
こんなの待ち焦がれているんです。寒々とした空を、凍えるような風を、舞い落ちては溶けていく白い粉雪を待ち焦がれているんです。それが私の夢。ただ雪が降るだけじゃダメだったりします。雪ならここでも降ることはあるから。その雪は特別にはなりましたけど、特別の中の特別ではないんです。もっと奇跡みたいな特別がいいんです。そう、例えばクリスマスイブに降る白い粉雪。その日に降るだけで雪はとてもロマンチックなものに変わるでしょ。単なる暦の区切りでしかないっていう人もいます。でも私は日付って大切だと思ってるんですよ。ずっと大昔から人は一日の営みに意味を持たせてきたんです。一日一日に意味を。そして365日のうちの何日かをさらに特別な意味を持つ日に設定したんです。その日を迎えることを喜べるように、お祝いできるように、大切な思い出にできるように、今年のその日まで頑張ろうって思えるんです。来年のその日まで頑張ろうって思えるんです。私の体は今にもすり減りそうで、いっそのこと消えたいと思っています。でもクリスマスイブまでは頑張ろうって思うんです。私が自分の誕生日よりも大好きな一日。特にホワイトクリスマスイブともなれば、雪がめったに降らない地域では本当に奇跡みたいなことで、私はその奇跡を信じて毎年1週間も前から天気予報を1時間ごとにチェックするようにしています。天気予報さん、天気予報さん。今年の12月24日に雪は降りますか？その日を1年の中でも特別の中の特別にしてもらえませんか？待ち焦がれているんです。寒々とした空を、凍えるような風を、舞い落ちては溶けていく白い粉雪を。
This year's winter Komi-ma has a lot more groups participating with gun barrel. I thought it would be a lot less, so now I'm thinking about going. It wasn't dead content after all. Factory will not have a new issue. I mean, that happened, and I wasn't planning to participate. TBH, keeping Komi-ma running despite Tokyo being in total chaos is crazy in a good way. Still selling analog thin books. Finished testing. Last test of my HS life, I think. I bet the results are going to be bad. Since it's our last test, I wish we had done better. Have you gone before? I heard that's a no newcomers allowed event. Is that true? Today's chore duty, Takahashi and Toguchi. Even with the finals finished, the classroom is filled with a tense energy. Guys, finals are over. No more high school tests. So why do you all look like you're getting ready for war? I mean, exams are done, yet so many of my classmates are still face first in their textbooks. Look, I know, I'm not an idiot. I know exactly why they all look so desperate. I've done my best to pretend not to notice, but it's already the end of the year. Next month is the Kagoshima Uni entrance exam. Almost half of our school students will be doing battle with that beast. Apparently, they're all going to be checking into a hotel a few days earlier and studying together. The tense energy surrounding them is currently enveloping the classroom. Folks who've already gone accepted, those getting a job, and those going to specialized schools all understand. They know how tough it is for the exam takers, so they stay quiet. As for me, I haven't yet decided what I'm going to do. I realize that's nothing to be proud of. I mean, I am in the robot club after all. But seeing everyone else work really hard in anticipation for their entrance exams leaves me feeling kinda pressured. Akiho likely strikes the side of her phone grid with an upset expression. A second ago, she came over to tell me that Misani would be on the news soon. I guess she wanted to show me a live stream of the conference or something. Juna's been coming over to our classroom to hang out during breaks these days. Not with any particular objective in mind, she kind of wanders in, chats, and then disappears. Part of it might be because the Juna bodyguard squad is studying for their entrance exams. Juna is going straight into the workforce. I heard she got hired at Space Candy. I remember her telling me that the president was kinda hard to deal with. Funny how things turn out.
そういえば、コナちゃんも PC が何台か壊れたとか言ってぼやいてたな。太陽嵐死ねとも言ってた。
かなり大規模だったもんね。ISS は落ちちゃったし、中国で今大規模な黄砂が起きてるでしょ。あれもね、太陽嵐のせいかもって言われてるんだよ。
Juna suddenly looks a lot more alive as she delves into her favorite topic of discussion, urban legends.
その黄砂ね、観測史上最大規模なんだって。水原さんがそう言ってた。
That's the dandy meteorologist that appears on weather forecast all the time. He's big with housewives.
対岸の火事じゃなくてね、日本にもその砂 どんどん飛んできてるみたい。関東地方だとこの2週間くらい日照時間がすごく減ってるっていうデータもあって。
全部太陽嵐のせいってことだね。許せん。
It's this very moment that I realize Akiho and Frau are basically the same. It's only a matter of time before she starts assigning an actual personality to the solar disturbance.
もしかして移動が最近メンテばっかりなのもあいつのせい？
And there you have it. The disturbance is now a he. That literally took 14 seconds.
太陽嵐が原因の不具合はね、優勝で修理するしかないって私言われちゃった。または新品買うかどっちか。
ただで交換してくれればいいのに。
こんな東京から遠く離れた島でも不具合出る人間がいるわけでしょ。だったら東京なんて何百万人レベルで交換が必要になるよ、きっと。それ全部タダで交換してたらきっとポケコンキャリアがどこも潰れるね。
確かに。でもうち修理代なんて払えないよ。お年玉とお小遣い来年の分まで全部前借りしちゃったんだもん。
その割には毎日のようにスコール買って飲んでない？
お情けで1日150円だけはもらってるんだよ。
いや、もらいすぎでしょ。実質月に4000円以上小遣いあるってことじゃないか。アキちゃんずるすぎ。
ヤシオくん落ち着いて。
1日1本スコールを飲む習慣だけは誰にも止められないのさ。
あ、そう。
I always forget that she's the daughter of the chief of the TNSC. She's so spoiled. Akiho clearly has no idea what I'm thinking as she dejectedly looks at her phone droid.
しばらく調子悪い状態で使ってくしかないかな。カイは不具合出てる？
俺は先月中に修理したよ。
なんでその時うちも誘ってくれなかったの？
And with that, friends, it is 1800, so unless someone redeems, it is time for me to head off. We will be continuing this game tomorrow. For now, give me a moment to evaluate our potential raid options, and maybe I will see you then. Stay safe, friends. Let's see who's on. That is, well, there's one right there. We can raid them. Feel free to copy the raid message.